game here in Pakistan, and there's not a lot of difference. If we have a look at this pitch, you'll see that it is devoid of grass as usual. A few cracks around, that means it's very dry. But the cracks are not moving at all. These cracks are very stable. So it just might have a bit more pace than what we're accustomed to seeing. The West Indian fast bowlers still will not get a lot of help, but just a bit more bounce than normal. But we'll have to see what the captain does when he wins the toss.
Well, here we are with the two captains, and Richie Richardson's going to toss the coin.
Tails.
Well, we're gonna have a
Richie, you've won the toss, you've elected to bat. Your reasons for that?
Well, looks a very good wicket, and also look pretty dry, so I don't know what it's going to play like later on. And we just believe that batting first we could do to dictate the pace from there.
And the three in your squad not playing in this game?
Campbell was out from the last game, and Gibson Coffey also.
Gibson injured still, is he?
Yeah, he's still struggling a little bit.
I guess you could say that the World Cup starts now, doesn't it?
That is true. You know, it's do or die here, and we're prepared to do whatever it takes to win this game.
Okay, well, we wish you luck. Play well.
Thank you.
Hansi, toss went against you. Would you have liked to have changed that?
Well, Jacques, we were a little bit uncertain if they're going to play four seamers, so we'd rather bat first. But I think with the makeup of the lineup, with the three seamers and the two spinners, we don't mind chasing. I think the two previous games on this ground, the team batting second won, so hopefully it will be the same.
And your team?
We made a couple of changes. Jonty Rhodes comes in for Jacques Kallis, and we've left Alan Donald out. We've brought in Paul Adams on this wicket. We think it might just turn a little bit.
Two spinners, so a lot of thoughts got into it.
Well, hopefully, yeah. Hopefully the wicket will turn as much as we think it would, and also take a bit of pace of the ball, and hopefully this guy will surprise a few of the guys.
You've won all the games so far, but I suppose that really pales into insignificance in terms of what's got to be done now.
Yeah, it means nothing, the 5 games. We're into the next 3 now, and you've got to win all 3, which makes it interesting. And we're out here to have a lot of fun. We're representing the entire South Africa, and we know they're all behind us, and we're going to give it our best shot.
Play well, and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
So here we have the South African side, and the interesting feature here, the last 2 names, Pat Simcox and Paul Adams, 2 spinners in the side today. Alan Donald is not amongst that lineup, but otherwise the top order looks pretty well the same, except that Jacques Kallis is out and Jonty Rhodes now returned to fitness. Here we come with Sean Pollock. Good bounce, nice bounce that's at the off stump. Well, that's perhaps an early indication that there might be a little bit in it for the faster bowlers. Shinareen Chanderpaul and Courtney Brown are the openers. Lara, Richardson and Adams. Keith Arthurton, quite a few left-handers there, Lara and Adams and Arthurton. Roland Holder plays this match. That was in the air, and brilliant stop, and the crowd love it. Jonty Rhodes he's back, and he's terrific out there. That point position, just lying a little deep behind the others, saving one. Not a great crowd, but a terrific reaction. So let's pass on for the story to be picked up now by Michael Holding and our commentator Robin Jackman.
Thank you, Tony. Sean Pollock. An appeal, I think there was some bat on it. Stumps get hit first time up. There's an ask. There is an ask. Umpire KT Francis from Sri Lanka. It wasn't a big appeal for the as big appeal for the run out as it was for the LBW. But let's see what happens. I think this is wishful thinking.
I think umpire KT Francis is just making sure, Robin, he doesn't want to start on a bad note for the very first decision, so he's making sure that he asks for the third umpire, but obviously well in Courtney Brown.
And fair enough, as Tony Lewis indicated, there is not a huge crowd here, but what is here is very noisy. See that run out one more time, or that attempted run out. Kirsten's the fielder. He'll feel good that he's hit early on, that's the plus. But Courtney Brown well in.
Well, the third umpire taking a bit of time to make this decision. I'm not too sure why. Maybe the lights aren't working. Well, finally it comes.
PC Kure from Sri Lanka is umpire number 3. I guess he didn't expect to be asked to do something. First ball. Umpires for this very important game, Steve Randall from Australia. He, funnily enough, has been a lucky omen for South Africa. Most matches he stood in, whether it be Test or One-Day International, South Africa have come out on top. And KT Francis from Sri Lanka. In fact, quite a big Sri Lankan contingent with the officials. PC Kure is the second Sri Lankan involved. He's the third umpire. And Rajan Madagala is the match referee, also from Sri Lanka. Here's Mr. Kure. Maybe he was having a cup of tea when the first ball went down. Sean Pollock, son of the convener of the South African selectors, Peter Pollock, the famous former fast bowler. Let's get one here. Well, the first over of this quarter-final has been bowled. West Indies 2 for no wicket. Economy rate's good, under 4. That's good for anybody, particularly seamers. One slip and a gully. Otherwise a fairly orthodox field. And that'll be 4. Beautifully stroked away. No doubt whatsoever.
Well, that's why the West Indies have decided to open with Courtney Brown. He plays the fast bowlers a lot better than he does the spinners. That was a good shot. Well timed and well placed. West Indies have a brand new opening pair here again in this game against South Africa. Shivnarine Chanderpaul and Courtney Brown. They're hoping for a much better start than they have been getting.
Dreaded own goal. Rhodes had it covered. There was always going to be one, but slipped past him by his colleague.
As I said, Robin, own goal, just slipping it past Jonty Rhodes there. His pace was good enough to take him right behind the line of the ball, but the deflection just took it wide of him.
It's the first time in limited overs cricket that Shivnarine Chanderpaul has opened the batting. Second time that Courtney Brown has. So, as Michael was saying, a pretty new opening partnership. Mind you, there have been lots of different opening batsmen in this tournament compared with where they normally play in either domestic cricket or Test cricket, and there's been a lot of success around with those changes too. No reason why there shouldn't be today. In the air, but safe. Cullinan giving chase. So there's already a good over for the West Indies.
Well, Courtney Brown isn't hanging around, that's for sure. That was another good shot. In the air for some time, but there are only 2 fielders in front of the wicket on the onside. And a very big gap out there, and he found it.
Interesting to see just how long the slip and gully stay in, because there is some bounce in the wicket, but then again, a lot of wickets have fallen in that short mid-wicket area where that ball went in the air. That's up in the air again, almost one-handed. Cullinan chasing 2 more.
That wasn't a bad delivery from Craig Matthews, a slow delivery. Deceived Courtney Brown, but what Courtney Brown did was that he followed through with the shot. There you can see the ball spinning a bit in the air, a slow delivery, but he didn't check his shot. He followed through and lofted it over mid-on. That was good thinking. Just as you were saying, Robin, the mid-wicket, short mid-wicket has now been placed, no slip. There he is.
Good over for the West Indies, 12 for no wicket. What I wanted to ask you, Michael, I think the surprise of the day is probably that South Africa have left out Alan Donald and gone with 2 spinners. I think it's a calculated decision, and one which I commend them for, because they're obviously thinking whether it turns out to be right or wrong doesn't make any difference to the decision in the first place. How do you think the West Indies team have reacted to that? Well, or with caution?
Well, one thing I'm sure of, Robin, is that the West Indies team will not be worried about the fact that there are 2 spinners in the South African team. It has been a fallacy that has been perpetrated throughout the cricketing world, that the West Indians don't play spinners well. Well, I'm yet to see any spinner since I started playing for the West Indies that has destroyed the West Indian batting on more than one occasion. Even the great Shane Warne has only had 1 innings of success against the West Indies. That was the 2nd test in Melbourne 2 years ago. Well, that's something that we're not accustomed to seeing from South Africa at all. That was sloppy. And just to get back to the spinning aspect of it, Robin, obviously Paul Adams must be a pretty good spinner, and they'll have to be careful how they play against him, but I don't think they'll be shaking in their boots.
There is young Paul Adams, just 19, only playing his 2nd game in this tournament. The other one wasn't a very important one either. That was Pakistan, to try to make sure that they could play their quarter-final right here. Pat Simcox just telling everybody to calm down. Here's the other spinner, off spinner. I agree with everything that you've said there, Michael. I think suffice to say, though, that I don't think the thinking was that the West Indies aren't good players as spinners. I think the thinking was more that the extra pace is almost a hindrance rather than a help, and the ball travelling slowly on these particular pitches has been proven harder to hit than the ball bowled quicker.
That's right, that's for sure. We have seen that throughout the tournament.
3 overs gone, 14 for no wicket. Craig Matthews, he's gone for 10 already in his first. Just as personally, he'll be wanting to drag that back. Again a misfield. I do recall during the Pakistan game, this isn't the flattest of outfields. There were quite a lot of little fumbles by the South African team as well. There's a big bounce he got there.
Irrespective of how calm and collected you are, though, Robin, this game certainly must be putting a few butterflies in all the players' stomachs out there. It will take a few overs for them to settle down, the bowlers, the batsmen and the fielders. If there aren't any butterflies there, that means there's something wrong.
It's all very final, isn't it? The tournament ends for one of these 2 teams today.
This was a better shot from Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Not really turning the face of the bat as early as he did previously when we saw him front edge that ball onto the offside. So it was much better played.
Rhodes. Already ahead of balls received, Courtney Brown. That's his job. Chanderpaul, the classier batsman, probably given the job of looking to bat right through. And Brown, the man to create the urgency in the first 15 overs. I anticipate this crowd to fill just a little bit as the day goes on. Still pretty early in the morning. But although it isn't anything like the one that we saw here last time, which was obviously chock-a-block with Pakistan playing South Africa, it's certainly pretty noisy. This may be many of the Pakistan public haven't recovered from the, in their terms anyway, shock defeat to India. India played marvellously well in Bangalore and of course had their own support there. And the bellboys in the hotels and are all very, very sorry that their team, who of course are holders of the World Cup, are now out of it. Better over from Matthews. 17 for no wicket. Now the field has changed for Pollock as well. The slip coming into the short mid-wicket area. That's Brian McMillan in there. Rhodes chases. Can't gather it straight away.
I know Jonty Rhodes is an exceptional fielder, Robin, but I just tend to think that he puts himself under a bit of pressure at times, because sometimes what he's doing on the outfield, like this for instance, wasn't quite necessary. He didn't have to throw himself like this, I think, because it was definitely 2 runs. Could have done himself a bit of damage there.
In the air and dropped. Rhodes the man who's put it down. Dear oh dear.
Well, as we said before, we're not accustomed to seeing the South Africans slipping up in the field like this. We saw a couple of fumbles and now a dropped catch. He had to make a lot of ground, mind you. Did make a lot of ground to get to it. But those are the catches that Jonty Rhodes usually takes. But it was a brilliant effort. The ball was a long way away from him.
Almost as if he's gone just a little bit too far here. When he launches himself, hits the heel of his hand. Up in the air, Adams after it. It'll fall safely.
Well, Courtney Brown certainly isn't going to be hanging around, looking to play the sort of Jayasuriya innings that we are accustomed to seeing with Sri Lanka batting. And this certainly has upset the South African bowling attack. Seeing a few field changes taking place. That one went a long way in the air and into another gap on the onside.
Four more, a little bit of luck involved here. But so often that's what this game's about. So he's been dropped at cover, hit one high and safely into the mid-wicket gap, and now this.
And on the edge that went past the wicketkeeper down the fine leg. The fine leg has been brought up into the circle because of the shots that Courtney Brown has been playing. And that went right where the fine leg had been brought up from. And this is a dropped catch. Look at Jonty Rhodes again, making a lot of ground. 4 paces and then a big dive. That was a brilliant effort.
Off the over. Still a ball to go. Great shot that.
A very good shot indeed. Shaun Pollock attempting to deceive Courtney Brown with a slow delivery, but pitched much too short. He just went back waiting on it and cracked it past point. Picked up that slow ball quite quickly, Courtney Brown. And a very good start, but can this be maintained? That's the question. Lots of runs so far.
Brilliant over for the West Indies. 31 without loss. Lara, Richardson, Adams, Arthurton, Harper, Holder. Depth in that batting lineup. Off to a flying start. This is Craig Matthews. Driven back down the ground, that'll go all the way. If it isn't Brown, it's Chanderpaul.
That was a good shot. Well, we are seeing again these pitches here that this World Cup has been played on. Very flat. Not a lot of movement off the seam. But it was not a half volley by any way. Chanderpaul just playing through the line and timing it beautifully. Not going as quickly as Courtney Brown, but there's no need for him to.
Brings the slip out into the short extra cover. Just gives the mid-off a bit more depth. He can get back on the edge of the circle and come a little bit straighter. Oh, it's no good being straight when you bowl that wide.
This was a beauty from Chanderpaul. Now that was a half volley and punished accordingly. Well, we said Craig Matthews had brought himself back into the game. Well, Chanderpaul obviously has other ideas.
Dunier can't stop that being 2 more. It's 24 runs in the last 9 deliveries, Michael.
Well, considering the way things have been going, 3 overs for 17 runs. Not excellent, but could be worse. Look at that. 2 overs and 3 balls for 23 runs.
Almost disappointment. Only 1 run there. So dream start for Richie Richardson's team. Very, very determined team indeed. Anyone who's got the gall to write the West Indies off, like some of the media were, just because of a bad day at the office against Kenya, they need their head read. Hit hard, well fielded.
Well, we're seeing a few field changes going on out here every time Courtney Brown is on strike. That was Brian McMillan, the man there at short mid-wicket. Well, there are 3 men inside the circle on the onside, and there's another out deep on the square leg boundary, almost in front of square. That means no fine leg. And that's because Courtney Brown has been looking to hit over the top quite often and looking to hit in front of the wicket.
In the air and out. Well, it would be unfair to say that seemed a little inevitable. Courtney Brown died by the sword, as it were. Didn't get it high enough or far enough over mid-on, and the fact that the mid-wicket got in there let mid-on just be a little bit deeper.
Yes, Courtney Brown not quite timing that one. It wasn't a half ball. He played through the line of the ball, didn't hit it as well as he would have liked, and Cullinan is the man taking the catch. West Indies lose their first wicket on 42.
Been in the news, but that's all behind him. Job to do today, and I would guess that 99% of the people that have come into this ground have come to see this man play a wonderful innings. So Brown getting out off the last ball of Matthews' over, so this will be a new over for Sean Pollock. Shivnarine Chanderpaul, the man to face. You must be pretty close to the West Indian camp, Michael. How's the game plan going so far?
Well, so far it has been going very well. I think they were thinking about Brian Lara opening the innings at one stage, and then they thought better and said they wanted Brian Lara to get to the crease with about 40 runs already on the board. And that's what has happened. He's 42 for 1, and he has appeared. That's the team management there, Wes Hall and Andy Roberts. They'll be hoping that things continue to go as well.
Yeah, I guess that 40 came maybe 2 overs quicker than they would have settled for. Brian Lara, broken every batting record. Phenomenal player.
Must be a pretty nervous man at this stage though, Robin. He knows the West Indies are depending a lot on him.
No matter how good you are, you still want to get off the mark. You still want to achieve. This will be his opportunity to do that. 97 matches, averaging over 40, 28 50s, 600s. Record to be proud of. Add to that the highest individual test score, highest individual first-class score. Not a brilliant World Cup to date. Enough said. I think he might have let that go.
Good bounce here again for Sean Pollock. Good delivery just on that off-stump line.
Averaging 60 in Test cricket. It's well bowled. Anybody's vulnerable on and outside the off-stump early on. More so left-handers because of the angle.
That's always a very dangerous ball, the ball that leaves the bat, whether you're left-handed or right-handed. Left-handers always have a bit of trouble with the right-handed bowler because it doesn't take much to push the ball across the body of the left-hander. Much easier delivery.
In the air and in the gap, Lara off the mark. 44 for 1. Along at just over 6 runs and over. Arguably the best player in the world at the wicket. To continue commentary, Geoffrey Boycott and Bob Willis.
That's got past Polframan. Wicked bounce for the wicket keeper. South Africa's only success this morning. Craig Matthews, the bowler. Courtney Brown trying to lift it over mid-on. Just finding Daryl Cullinan. Simple catch, but he celebrates in some style. Useful contribution from Courtney Brown. Getting West Indies off to a start of in excess of 6 runs and over. Nice platform for Mr. Lara. Both Matthews and Pollock still bowling over the wicket to these left-handers. Good day, Geoffrey.
Morning, Bob. Morning, everybody. Yes, I think when you bowl over the wicket to West Indians, you've got to bowl about leg and middle and tie them up. If you give them any room around off stump, then they're going to smack you through the offside. The Australian bowlers bowl very well at the West Indian batsmen when they beat them in the Test series in West Indies. People like Paul Rifle, McGrath, all bowl round about leg and middle. That's a good line. If you bowl about leg and middle, they can't get their arms free to belt you through the offside.
Yes, you have to say, Geoffrey, the Australians bowled brilliantly at the West Indies in that recent Test match series. And as well as bowling that middle and leg stump line you were referring to, they also pitched the ball up to the front line batsmen. It wasn't until the tail enders came in, the fast bowlers, they then got stuck into them, pitching the ball into their rib cage. We've seen a very different form of cricket in this Wills World Cup 1996. You can see as each match progresses, the teams learning from the other teams, the tactics of the other sides. We've seen an enormous charge, not only in the first 15 overs, but throughout an innings. And it's mighty difficult for any fielding captain to defend on these very good batting pitches, and with, of course, just one new ball. In the early days of 50-over cricket, there were 2 white balls used in these contests. Matthews to Lara.
I think from a West Indies point of view, they'll also be fairly pleased that most of the South African attack is made up of seam bowlers. They like the ball coming onto them rather than spinners who bowl quite tight. So in that respect, I think they'll be happier than playing people like Shane Warne. So they'll look to get after these seamers before the spinners come on. If the confidence is high when the spinners get into the game, then they may play well. But if South Africa can get a couple of 3 wickets before the spinners get into it, then it will inhibit the natural stroke play of the West Indians. 46 for 1.
That's a magnificent shot. The ball not seaming around, so young Chanderpaul can take some liberties. That's the 50 up for the West Indies at the beginning of the 9th over.
Well, it's a terrific shot, this. He just flips it. It's one of his favourite areas. You give him width on the offside, he'll smack you. And then he likes to whip it. A lot of bottom hand. Thank you very much. A strange side, all West Indian sides that I've played against. If the confidence is up and runs are coming, they bubble along and they're very difficult to bowl at. If you can get them down, then they're difficult to pick themselves up.
Very different techniques, Shivnarine Chanderpaul and Brian Lara. You can't get a much better technique than Brian Lara's. Shivnarine Chanderpaul, of Indian extraction from Guyana. Not a strong man, but it just shows you don't necessarily need to be Arnold Schwarzenegger and have a 3-pound bat to be successful in this game. There was some consternation when Shivnarine Chanderpaul was first selected for the West Indies. It was in a Test match in Georgetown, his hometown, against England. He replaced Phil Simmons in the West Indies lineup. There were 1 or 2 eyebrows raised. He got off to a good start against England. He's been in and out of the side since then, but in recent history, he's very much been a regular. He's got a great temperament, Geoffrey.
Yeah, I think he's a good player. I remember I was there when he was selected, and there's always that business in the West Indies, always the undertone that people think they pick a home player when there's a test match or a one-dayer in their particular island. And so it was with Chanderpaul. They thought because the match was in Guyana that the West Indies selectors had picked him to appease the home crowds, but that wasn't so. I think he got in on ability. I think he's a very good player. I think he's the sort of younger player that West Indies have got to start to go for when they finish the World Cup and start Test series again. I think they've got to change their side a little bit and get one or two youngsters in and build again.
That's a wide signal by Steve Randall. Steve Randall from Hobart in Tasmania. It's a tough life for bowlers these days in one-day cricket. Can't bowl short, you can't bowl wide. You can only bowl 10 overs. It's 52 for 1. Roland Holder coming into this West Indies side to replace Sherwin Campbell. Otherwise the same lineup that defeated Australia. That's fallen wide of Adams. West Indies have got some freedom here to play their shots, Geoffrey, with this long batting order.
Yeah, a little bit of width as well that I was talking about. Anytime you bowl wide at the West Indies, they're going to throw the kitchen sink at it. You see this one's missing off stump by quite a way, and he's just throwing the bat at it.
The South Africans thought long and hard before selecting their final 11 from their World Cup squad of 14 for this match against the West Indies. They took the difficult decision of leaving out Alan Donald. Jonty Rhodes was fit again, so he came back in, and Jacques Kallis had to make way for him. No place for Fani de Villiers, perhaps their most successful bowler in one-day cricket. So South Africans have tried to pick the right side for the day. Off the edge. That was a difficult chance to Paul Freeman. There's not much bounce out there, but Pollock is very disappointed indeed.
Well, it wasn't the length to hit, and he's just trying to guide it, to kind of run it. Just opening the face. Typical of most batsmen try that in one-day cricket. See here, he finishes up just showing half a bat. Hardly carried, maybe fingertips.
That's wide of Matthews at third man. That's going to go all the way to the fence. Fourth four for Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
Yes, he's an awkward little player to bowl at, he's Chanderpaul. He looks a little bit like an ugly duckling compared to the classical batsman. I think he's a very fine player. He knows the areas which he feels comfortable in scoring in, and he uses those shots to good effect.
.40 balls only for Chanderpaul's 31. Courtney Brown was seen as very much the pinch hitter. The West Indies too have been doing their homework. They hit rock bottom against Kenya at Pune, but they fought back well. Certainly an amount of internal strife within the camp. They've put that aside for the moment. 8 from that Pollock over, 61 for 1. Definite sign of nerves in both teams. We've seen the first misfields of the competition from South Africa. Their bowlers under a lot of pressure with the new ball. West Indies too, very keyed up. I think Hansie Cronje would have liked to have won the toss and batted this morning. I don't think, Geoffrey, the South Africans are quite as comfortable chasing runs.
Yes, I think in this World Cup, I mean, any score of about 250 after chase, maybe 260, I mean, you fancy your chances. The pitches are flat, as you said, and the ball disappears quite quickly. The seamers can't make it move off the seam, they get a bit of swing. The problem comes up, so there's a problem here. Tight. Oh, lovely throw, direct hit.
Well, Brian Lara's happy that he's made his ground. Umpire Francis today clearly not taking any chances at all. It's another superb hit. Cullinan, the fielder, but he's well in. He's got in by 2 feet. The third umpire too is not taking any chances. He wants to have another look at that. You can only to see if he got past the bowling crease, Geoffrey.
Yes, well, it looks a lot, but it all happens so quickly, doesn't it?
Lara just taking a few moments to compose himself. Even the great man will have some butterflies in his tummy.
I think he'll feel very much under pressure. He really will want to make an impact.
Cronje and Matthews have now decided to attack these two West Indian left-handers almost exclusively by bowling straight and having the fielders on the offside, and if they want to take the chance of clubbing the ball on the onside, they do so at their peril. That's what Chanderpaul was trying to do there. He missed the boat. It's a terrific contest of cricket going out in the middle. South Africa fighting their way back after conceding lots of runs at the start.
Yes, I think Brian Lara, he stood there as a spectator. I think he'll feel very nervous, a bit under pressure. He said, well, how can you be under pressure when him or Tendulkar are about the best 2 batsmen in the world? Well, I can tell you, doesn't matter about the world records that he's got, he'll want to make an impact in this World Cup. He's had a bit of trouble with the West Indies selectors. A lot of talk going on out there in the West Indies about should he be playing, shouldn't he? Should he have been disciplined? He'll feel that pressure, he'll feel that nervousness. So I think in a way, he'd like to get more strike rather than just be stood there as a spectator.
So what should the West Indies board be doing with Brian Lara, Geoffrey? How do you handle a character like this in a team environment?
I think it's like what happens in any country when you've got a very star player. You have to make occasionally 1 or 2 little exceptions. You don't let him get away with everything. He's got to play within the team. But he has such talent. He's a brilliant player that you have to harness it somehow. And if you get a little hiccup now and again, he wants a little special favour here and there, well, you go along with it, as long as it doesn't affect the team performance, the team morale.
Chanderpaul's got the strike again. It's 63 for 1. Hansie Cronje is going to bring himself on at the university end. Sean Pollock having a breather. 6 overs for 33, Sean Pollock. He's learning about life in the modern World Cup. He's done an excellent job for South Africa in one-day cricket. No great pace, Hansi Cronje, but he's a canny bowler. Economy rate there of just over 4 runs and over. Not too many bowlers will go back from this World Cup with an economy rate of 4 per over.
Well, the difference here is there won't be much pace from his bowling, so the batsmen will have to make it themselves a little bit. And Matthews and Pollock are bowling. The ball comes onto the bat quite nicely. But he's very gentle, medium, slow. He's improved his bowling a lot. He used to be, well, little in-swingers, but now he can bowl a little bit the other way, but I don't think they'll move much on this surface. So it's going to have to be a tight line, mix up his deliveries, change his pace a little bit.
Lara on strike. He's just faced 9 balls of the last 37. He's a bit like Vivian Richards, Geoffrey, in so much that he likes to feel the ball on the bat and hit an early boundary.
Yeah, he's very much as Brian Lara, a 4-ball hitter. He's not too keen on running about too much between the wickets. I think from South Africa's point of view, they've got to keep him tied down as long as they can. The more they frustrate him, don't give him any easy balls to hit, keep him away from the strike, which is what I mentioned is happening. I think all that will play on his nerves a bit, his concentration. He's wanting to get the ball in the middle of the bat and disappear to the boundary. And then you hope if that goes on, it plays on his mind a bit. He's got 2 runs in 12 balls, and you keep him harnessed. You don't let him free, that maybe he'll get himself out.
Plenty of time for the single. Pollock quite deep at mid-on. Cronje has decided to have his close catches both in front of the wicket. Although they're in catching positions, they're there to save runs as well. Good over from Cronje, 65 for 1. He's 6 overs, 1 for 28. Matthews. Ryan McMillan hasn't really had an opportunity to shine in this Wills World Cup yet. He's well capable of doing so.
Well, he's usually a good bowler around the wicket at left-handers. It'll be important for him to bowl as well as he has done in the previous matches against left-handers. He usually tries to bowl, sort of bang it in short of a length, doesn't often pitch it up. He's a big, strong lad. He tries to pitch about 4 to 6 inches outside off stump and then to go in and cramp them so that from the angle the ball will be hitting the stumps. That's his normal stock delivery. Just try and hit it on the seam.
The winners of this match go and play their semi-final in Chandigarh. Sides have to travel to India for the semi-finals, which are in Chandigarh and Calcutta. All their travel arrangements in Pakistan in the hands of Waljis Travel. Travel Waljis have been in charge of all the broadcasters and players' travel arrangements within Pakistan, and an excellent job they've done too. Four boundaries for Chanderpaul. Here's McMillan. South Africa have done well here. West Indies went steaming away. in the opening overs. They've closed ranks and they've managed for the most part to stem the flow of boundaries. It's floods of boundaries that have been winning these high-scoring World Cup matches. This could be close.
Well, there's a bit of a hesitation in the running, but I thought that backward point was a little bit hesitant himself. If he'd have got in quicker and nearer, I think he'd have had a good half a chance of running him out. He just made it anyhow. Thought he got in a little bit slowly there. The bowl. Good line, that. 68 for 1. Well, there's just half a chance of that run out. You don't get too many opportunities in tough matches. You've got to take some of the half chances. And I thought he was just a little bit hesitant. 2 or 3 yards too deep. And he might just have had a half chance there if he got in a yard or two quicker.
He's certainly giving it the full flow. Look there, he was down on his knees and the ball still beat him.
So the signs of tension on both sides. Appeal for Abu Dhabi by Hansi Cronje. Not out. Yes, the greatest batsman in the world plays and misses, and then the greatest fielder in the world misses. Both sides feel the tension.
A shot here from Hansi Cronje, but in vain. Ball obviously going down leg.
End of the over. 10 runs off the over. Good over that for West Indies, but not without merit for South Africa. And that's a sign for the drinks. Very warm out there, very hot and humid, over 30 degrees and rising. 91 for 1.
One or two lapses.
Well bowled. South Africa worked out this theory. Well practiced now, bowling around the wicket into Midland leg to the left-handed batsman Brian McMillan and Hansi Cronje. Good performers, and they've made a very valuable contribution to the self-confidence and control that South Africa have had in the field.
Yes, particularly Hansi Cronje bowling off cutters, rolling his fingers across the seam and getting some purchase on this virtually grassless wicket. Not the case there.
Six runs off the over, 74 for 1. A misfield yet again. My word, South Africa are really tense out there. Normally their hands have been so limp and receptive on the grass, and today they're just pushing at the ball.
There's Gary Kirsten, the man in question at the moment, just overdoing it. No excuses there, the field wasn't to blame.
In the air, but well placed. Long off for a single.
There's a man catching 15 yards from the bat, or 20 yards from the bat. Jonty Rhodes. John Lara confident that he was hitting it straighter.
We've just passed the 50 partnership between these two left-handers.
Different approach from Chanderpaul. He's down the track first up. Wait to see the flight and spin. 70 balls, this partnership.
Simcox's line just drifting a little down leg side. Easy single. End of the over. 95 for 1.
Hello.
Prove how speedy the start was for West Indies. Brown hit his 26 off 16 balls, 18 balls as you were. 18 balls and 26. So it was a lightning start.
Yes, he really had a go. He was dropped on 16 by Rhodes, a very difficult one. But he certainly hit some punishing strokes. And Chanderpaul proved the ideal foil for him. As we see another change now, Paul Adams. The second Adams in the match. Not often you see two names the same. And two totally different characters. So this is the surprise package from South Africa.
So now we'll see all the complexities of wrist spin. See how Paul Adams gets on. He always looks so mature. And the Peel Kirby from the start.
Well,
it takes some reading, won't you?
Two young men, Pelfreman and Adams, both excitable. They've looked way outside the off stump.
That wasn't a bad ball for first ball, was it?
Absolutely. He's amazing how he drops it onto the spot. He bowled a lot of full tosses in the other match he's played in the World Cup. Got away with it. It was against Pakistan. Let's see whether these West Indians treat him with more respect. That was his quicker one, and a good one too. Chanderpaul got it away to mid-wicket off the splice. Watch the head drop. He seemed to be watching what he's doing. It was a quicker delivery.
One run down to long off. Adams has that sort of easy gait, that rolling walk, which in fact Lara has to a certain extent. He looks as if he's been out there all his life. That this game is no problem. Great talk in the England camp during the tour out there of how they could read him, and then suddenly he started to conceal the ball with that front hand. Two off the over, 97 for 1.
Now, amazing how fast he's got there. Chanderpaul 41.
That is the interesting fact about Chanderpaul. He's prepared to let the odd one go by. He's not playing a slogging, dashing innings at all. He's trying to select the balls. Good footwork.
Really super footwork. Smothering any spin there might be. And the West Indies on 99, nearing the 100. 65 balls for his 42 runs. Good scoring rate as a sheet anchor.
Oh, very fine. Top edge. Well bowled, Simcox. And the 100 comes up for West Indies. 103 now, but a slice and a slice of luck.
He really didn't choose this one nicely. This was the top spinner. Going over the top from Simcox, and frustration for him.
Very fluent shot. In fact, he hit that ball on the up. Beautifully timed. One more run.
he looked at Simcox there. I wonder whether Simcox never had a quiet word in his ear.
Followed by a crafty little shot from Chanderpaul. One down for 105.
The internet.
Nicely floated up on a length. A lot of discussion here with Lee Irvin about the grip.
You were talking about how he hides the grip, but the actual grip is a very unusual one. It almost if it holds it in two fingers, the thumb and the forefinger. You didn't quite see it very well there. But one wonders how, in fact, he spins the ball when he's only holding it so loosely between the thumb and that forefinger. Jonty Rhodes, brilliant bit of fielding again.
That's more like Jonty. Good footwork, made it into a full toss, but no real timing. Yes, it's the problem that going to the batsman's mind. You see, is the top hand concealing it, the front hand concealing, and then the head goes down.
Well, let's see what Steve Randall signals, and it's a leg by. Which was why there was no great excitement among the South Africans, because it did loop up after it hit the pad. And watch just before the delivery stride, you'll see Paul Adams' grip. The batsman can't see it, but we may.
Oh, that's a different class of shot. His fifth boundary, and that was all to do with Lara waiting.
As he played this against the spin, it spun quite sharply as well, but this time he really got on top of it. Waited beautifully, and the fast outfield did the rest. Magnificent footwork. You see how far back his feet went. Darryl Cullinan throwing to the bowler's end. End of over. 1-1, 1 for 1. All the ones. Will all the West Indies feet be in the air? All the ones there. Nelson on the board and for 1 wicket. Just compounding the superstition.
2 men deep, 3 saving the 1 on the offside. But Lara plays it to the onside. Goes for 2. Well, that was a surprise decision by Lara. He just put pressure on the fielders.
Well, Paul Adams is palpably the worst fielder in the South African side, and this throw, not only was he slow to the ball, but the throw wasn't close enough to the stumps to put Brian Lara under pressure. It was wide. Pelfreman, glove off again, just in case he had to throw to the bowler's end. Oh, and it's another play and miss. That Simcox will be extremely happy with that. Seldom have I seen him more determined before a match as he was this morning.
A little bit quicker and came right to the edge of the crease to deliver it. Good variation from Simcox.
Just get the feeling he's giving Brian Lara a little too much room on occasion. He's got to be bowling in there at middle stump and turning it away, otherwise Lara will smash him square.
Well played. Two more for Chanderpaul.
Jonty Rhodes patrolling a huge area in front of square. He's the only man within the limited area in front of square on the offside.
Well, Chanderpaul has 45 and Lara 40. Two men down there, that's the squarer of the two. 117 for one. 117 for one. So Lara has nipped up there to 40 already, while Chanderpaul gets on to 46. We have a change in the commentary box. Michael Holding is here with Bob Willis.
Thanks a lot, Tony. Well, the South African spinners starting to come under a bit of pressure. Chanderpaul's having his problems with Paul Adams. I don't think he can pick him at all. Simcox looking more under pressure at the moment. There's no mystery about Pat Simcox's bowling. He hasn't got any mystery changes of spin, changes of pace and flight. Very good off spinner, particularly in one-day cricket. But when you're facing a wrist spinner, and particularly a very peculiar one in Paul Adams, you really do have to know how to pick him. Well, that's absolutely brilliant.
And there certainly is a big difference between Chanderpaul and Brian Lara facing up to Paul Adams. This was a very good shot. The ball coming back into Brian Lara, pretty much in line with the stumps, but he still had enough confidence to give himself some room and punch it through the offside. That certainly was on the stumps.
This won't get to the fence. Lara very happy to jog back for two and keep the strike against Paul Adams. That has to be the right tactic if Chanderpaul's struggling to pick the left-arm spinner. Better for the West Indies that Lara takes as much of him as he can.
Not too sure why Chanderpaul should be struggling to pick him though, because he seems to be spinning the ball in one direction really. That's into the left-hander.
That'll be four more. And 50 for Brian Lara. Another Brian Lara 50 just creeps up on you. He's hardly broken sweat yet. 45 balls only. A master craftsman.
You'd never believe that Brian Lara would have gotten to 50 that quickly. He wasn't very rapid with his scoring when he first got to the crease.
.12 from that Adams over, 129 for one. Distribution up the top of the order, quick fire stuff from him. 26 from just 18 balls. And the score was 42 before Lara strode out there. It's now 129 for one.
Kanye making sure that he has pretty much the exact feel that he wants. No more than 4 inside the circle, of course.
Well, if Brian Lara can help take West Indies to the World Cup final, he might well be their most valuable player. There's a prize in this competition, a magnificent prize, a brand new Audi A4 for the most valuable player in the competition up to the commencement of the final. And one of the judges for that competition is one Michael Holding.
That's right, Bob. Lots of pressure. There have been quite a few very good performances so far, but as you say, it ends at the semi-finals. So I suppose the teams that do get to the semi-final stage, the players on those teams will have that added advantage of one extra game. But certainly they must have done something to get their teams there, so why not have that extra advantage?
Well, there are the more obvious candidates there, Michael. Just giving you some help here, you understand. Brian Lara for the West Indies with his contribution today. Sanat Jayasuriya of Sri Lanka. Mark Waugh of Australia. Sachin Tendulkar. And indeed Ade Jadeja for India.
Don't forget a young man called Sanat Jayasuriya rather.
And a little blonde leg spinner called Shane Warne.
You are trying to make it difficult, aren't you?
Rather your job than mine, Mikey. Andrew Hudson sweeping up way out on the offside. Real problem now for these spinners to limit the scoring. Cronje might well settle for a runner ball from here. Lara's got other ideas. .133 for one. They've forced Hansi Cronje into a bowling change. They took a calculated gamble, including the two spinners, Simcox and Adams. Their first 7 overs have cost 41 runs. That's really too many. So Sean Pollock going to come back at the university end. He was expensive himself with the new ball. He's now got the 2 left-handers to bowl at. Chanderpaul's been there since the start. Brian Charles Lara at the other end. So he's going to bowl round the wicket now. Lara 54 from 50 deliveries. Chanderpaul 48 from 76 balls faced. That'll take the Guyanese left-hander onto 49.
Chanderpaul and Brian Lara are quite accustomed to be batting with each other. Those were the same 2 gentlemen that were batting together in Antigua when Brian Lara made that mammoth 375. They spent a lot of time together. And doing so again now.
Good line from Pollock. You must bowl the ball straight. You know, if the batsman takes liberties and smashes you from a straight delivery, that's one thing. But if you give him any width on these pitches in India and Pakistan, and indeed in Sri Lanka for that matter, they will cart you all over the ground. Pollock bowling to a 5-4 offside field for the left-handers.
And he has 1 extra man inside the circle just to try and put a bit of added pressure on Chanderpaul.
There's the 50. A very, very valuable knock from young Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Well appreciated by his teammates. West Indies have got their act together today. They played very well indeed against Australia, and they've carried that good form from Jaipur to Karachi. That'll beat Adams. Wild and woolly delivery from Pollock. Lara just dismisses the ball from his presence. 8-4s now, Lara.
Attempted slow delivery, I would think that from Sean Pollock, and that sometimes does happen, for the slow delivery is meant to be coming out of the arm a bit slow, obviously, because the fingers are sliding off the side of the ball, and sometimes you do tend to lose control.
Great stop, brilliant fielding by Brian McMillan. That's the halfway point of the West Indies innings. They've already reached 140 for 1. Here, that's 280. The West Indies will be wanting to do much better than that in the second 25 overs. But all these calculations really have to take a back seat when Lara's in the logarithm tables.
Well, the important thing now for the West Indies is to have that man to bite right through to somewhere close to 45 overs. He'll make a big score if he does that.
Chanderpaul quite happy to give Lara the strike all the time. He's got a very wise head on those young shoulders, Shivnarine Chanderpaul. He knows his own limitation and plays to them quite magnificently.
Not a very wise shot, that one would think, from Brian Lara. Was shuffling around quite a bit in the crease, but Pankit Simcox didn't pay that much mind, just kept it just outside off stump.
It's up and over. 2 more to Lara, and the 100 partnership between Brian Lara and Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
And at a very good rate, just 118 balls. The minutes don't really matter that much, it's the amount of balls bowled.
Both batsmen have now registered their best scores in this 1996 Wills World Cup. Chanderpaul's on 51 and Brian Lara 61, Chanderpaul 51. .143 for 1.
Automatic transfer.
A lot more depth about it in this match, with Roland Holder down there at 8.
That was good work by Sean Pollock. The man at mid-off is fairly wide. That had gone past him, it would have been 4 runs. Just sticking that right hand out, well fielded.
It's a very big ground, this National Stadium in Karachi. It's so difficult for the fielding side to stop singles. If the fielders then get too close and the batsman chips it over the infield's head, there's always 2 runs and sometimes 3. More superb fielding. Guess who?
Whenever that man is anywhere close to the ball, you have got to wait and see if it passes him first. You can't assume anything.
Pollock appealing. May have just distracted Lara momentarily, put him off running a quick single. Very optimistic shout. Look how far down the track he is to begin with.
And an inside edge as well. When you have a man like Brian Lara batting against you though, Bob, anything that's remotely close, you're going to appeal. You'd love to see the back of him. He's capable of creating quite a bit of havoc out there. And if he bats anything like 40, 45 overs, West Indies will certainly get a very big total.
Lara keeps the strike. It's 145 for 1. The pressure's beginning to tell on South Africa. Chinks in the armour of their tremendous discipline. Another looping full toss, this time from Simcox. One-handed from Lara, virtually. Yeah. That'll race away as well, that's 4 more. 150's up for the West Indies, we're only in the 28th over.
Well, it certainly is a brilliant start. There are 2 men inside the circle behind square, and Lara found the gap. Beautifully placed, and a deliberate stroke.
This will be cheering our viewers in the Caribbean up, Mikey.
Yes, those viewers on CBU back home in the Caribbean, well, at last they are getting something to cheer about. Bob, they were very happy after the match against Kenya. Match against Australia must have lifted their hopes a bit, but certainly they'll be quite happy with what's going on here.
That's 4 more. Three boundaries in 3 balls. Lara taking complete control.
In the air again, but I'm sure Brian Lara knows exactly what he's doing. Man that was square was put a bit finer, and that ball went pretty much where the man had been placed before.
And again.
The hallmark of a genius. There's no doubt about it. One word describes the man. Another boundary.
Some respite for Simcox in South Africa, but for how long? 12 fours, Brian Lara. Well, there's 20 come from that Pat Simcox over. The West Indies have raced on to 165 for 1.
What do you do about that man in your picture if you're a bowler? 5 fours in that last over, and all of them perfectly placed. Not much you can do.
Now the pressure's on Hansi Cronje. Pollock's come out of the attack. He's going to have to think about taking Simcox out of the attack. All that preparation, all that hard work, those 5 wins under their belt. Everything counts for nothing now. Here's McMillan. We were mentioning the 6 bowlers used by Hansi Cronje. It hasn't been an easy job for them. 45 runs conceded by Pat Simcox, 20 coming from his last over. Lara will get back for 2.
It must be very difficult for these bowlers bowling to a man like Brian Lara on these pitches. We have seen the pitches throughout the tournament favouring the batsmen. Well, Brian Lara hadn't really set the world alight so far in the World Cup, but who can fault his innings so far? They are not the only ones.
Yes, Michael, I think one of the lasting features of that record-breaking 375 was the way Lara missed the fielders in Antigua. It really is the hallmark of a great player. Doesn't matter how defensive the field gets, Lara can still find gaps.
And Chandra Paul, as he did then in Antigua, rotating the strike quite beautifully here. He realizes that the genius is at the crease. No need for him to try and do anything out of the ordinary. Just get a single each time he's on strike and give it back to the great man.
McMillan bringing a semblance of respectability back to the proceedings.
That's telling a big story when you can say that about Brian McMillan, having bowled 2 overs and 5 balls for 16 runs.
.29 overs completed, 172 for 1. .21 overs still left of the West Indies innings. If Lara stays in, we might be seeing a total in the realms of the one Sri Lanka scored against Kenya. Matthews for the end of the innings. The situation demands the foot brake and the handbrake being put on, and preferably a wicket.
Well, wickets certainly usually slow down the opposition batsmen, and that's what Hansi Cronje obviously is looking for, why he has brought back Craig Matthews. He's the man that has taken the 1 wicket to have fallen so far. Bowling reasonably economical as well, just 4.5 runs and over.
There's a man out at long on. Pat Simcox.
We were talking about formulas for these one-day games earlier on, Bob. Well, one formula that has been bandied about these one-day internationals is that whatever score most teams have after 30 overs, they usually double it at the end of 50 overs if they have wickets in hand. Well, the West Indies have 9 wickets in hand at the moment and 173. Can you imagine them doubling that?
A little bit of bounce there for Matthews. Plenty of effort going in from the South Africans. Just a bit of nervousness for them in the field. I think they had fears that they were perhaps due one off day. Haven't been quite at their scintillating best in the field. We've seen some great stops. But what can anyone do about Brian Lara? Just the one successful South Africa. Courtney Brown opened the batting. Made a very quick-fire 26 from just 18 balls before falling to Cullinan. Craig Matthews was the bowler then, he's the bowler now.
Chandra Paul has slowed down a bit in his scoring. 90 balls faced for his 56 runs, but as we said before, there was no need for him to go quicker than that because of this man. 87 off 71 balls. No need to go any quicker, Chandra Paul. He certainly can't match Brian Lara.
"20 overs to go, 174 for 1.
That'll be 4 more. South Africa looking down the barrel of a very big gun.
Outside edge there from Brian Lara. Flying fine. And wide of Craig Matthews at third man. Brian McMillan too short and too wide. And this has been the trend of the South African bowlers. They haven't been able to tuck Brian Lara up, in particular the spinners. Pat Simcox bowling continually wide of off stump, and he got smashed.
Big appeal, no ball. Now, is that going to be costly, overstepping? Let's have a look.
Brian McMillan not happy, as all those fast bowlers are. Put outside off stump, I think. So no great danger anyway. Steve Randolph proving correct. There's 20 overs still to go. And South Africa desperately need a breakthrough.
Leg by signalled.
Nice change of pace by Brian McMillan.
We're talking of Pat Simcox's bowling, Lee. There certainly was a little bit of width there, but I think the biggest problem was the length that he bowled. Brian Lara's a short man. He'll cut anything, and is very, very unforgiving, these pitches. He didn't get the little man driving him enough.
Well, it didn't really matter either up or back, but he certainly bowled a good foot too wide. He should have been in there at middle and leg, trying to make Brian Lara play straight. He never, ever seemed to do that. His best delivery on 2 occasions bowled a top spinner, and Brian Lara tried to cut him and missed.
Yeah, rather bold to give Brian Lara 1 and bowl at the other fella. He might be able to bowl 3 dot balls at him.
It's in the air, and he's out. That's a brilliant catch there. Daryl Cullinan out on the square leg boundary, and South Africa have the breakthrough. Brian Lara hugs his partner. He knows how valuable he's been to the Brian Lara effort, and in fact to the West Indian effort. So West Indies now 182.
Shivnarayan Chanderpaul hitting across this one. It's a high-risk shot, but fair enough. He's been out there a long time. Cullinan has to run in. He catches it low to the ground. That's a good catch from Daryl Cullinan, and a vital breakthrough for South Africa. A praise from his partner. He's done a wonderful job. Tap on the back. Chanderpaul 56 in 93 balls. West Indies 180 for 2. Man with a mission. Captain of the West Indies, Richie Richardson. He's indicated that this will be the end of his international career, the World Cup. Clive Lloyd waiting in the wings to take over as coach. Has already said that he wants to try and persuade him to change his mind. 5 50s, 500s I should say, 44 50s. And a wonderful innings of 93, undefeated against Australia, in answer to the media. McMillan to Brian Lara. End of the 31st over. Score remains on 180 for 2. And the reason for Richie Richardson's appearance is this.
Sweeping a medium pacer, one doesn't often see that in normal cricket. Daryl Cullinan going forward nicely, well balanced, taking his second catch of the innings. And Chanderpaul goes for 56 in 93 balls.
Lots of congratulations from Brian Lara. He knows the value of Chanderpaul's innings.
And there'll be enormous relief in the South African camp, because those runs were coming at an enormous rate. A new batsman theoretically should play himself in, and they should give them some respite from the onslaught. Brian Lara is already on 91, and he's not going to slow down.
Crashed away, Rhodes does the fielding. Poser for Hansie Cronje now, Lee. When does he reintroduce Paul Adams now that he's got the breakthrough?
Well, he's got 6 bowlers to use, but he's got to use those spinners at some stage. And it might be worth a gamble to try Paul Adams for an over or 2 at the new batsman. No one has seen him, remember, and he is unusual.
Yorker, well bowled.
One must expect that Pollock, Matthews, Cronje, McMillan will all bowl their full complement of 10. They will have to split the others, but they already have bowled 9 between them. Just one necessary to bowl, and the rest are optional. Adams himself down there at third man as Richardson gets off the mark. Those are the sad figures from South Africa's point of view. Sean Pollock 5 and over. Nancy Crimea 17 of his 3. And Simcox the worst. So if you add those two together, only one necessary from the spinners, but Cronje will be hesitant to bowl himself for the remaining 7.
In the air, Rhodes leaps, but he's not tall enough, and that's smashed into the boundary boards, the advertising hoardings.
Well, once again, it's the fly into the spider's web. Short and wide. Lara likes nothing better. Too close for comfort, I'm sure, for him, but he hit that like a tracer bullet. He moves on to 95. Matthews, usually so accurate, is being punished for his wayward efforts today.
77 balls he's faced, 15 boundaries. Now when you see this, remember this is in slow motion. It's almost already past Rhodes. Wonderful effort from Jonty Rhodes. Timed his jump perfectly, but there's too much pace on the ball.
He seemed to get a finger to it. Amazing how in this game, sometimes the balls come straight to you, and on others, just out of reach.
Seven off the over, 187 for 2. Wickets, one fairly straightforward catch and one very good one.
Brian McMillan now to return. This is the wide one. Look how short and wide that was. Craig Matthews has no right to be bowling there to Brian Lara.
Brian McMillan. Well, just 4 overs for 22, and the wicket of Chanderpaul. That was an interesting shot.
One of the problems of a batsman coming in with a score, the runs coming so freely, is that he may attempt to get going too soon. He seemed here to be trying to push the ball away or angle it away for a single to give Brian Lara the strike, but because he hasn't been there long enough, his timing not quite perfect.
Just 5 away from 100. Only 78 balls, and he took his time to start with. (15 boundaries). And we'll give him the strike. I'll say Brian Lara was comparatively slow to begin with. He scored 5 runs off the first 18 deliveries he faced, and 90 off the next 60. Absolutely delighted, this crowd. That's what they came here for.
Well, if we were to plan the match beforehand, one would have said that it was South Africa's bowling and fielding against the West Indies' strong batting. And certainly first round to the West Indies.
Without a doubt, it's just a question of how many knockout blows have been landed.
Yes, absolutely. South African batting, no real stars. They bat fairly low down the order, but they've left out Jacques Kallis, who is virtually a specialist batsman today. Jonty Rhodes comes back after a couple of games off. So they'll be hoping for all of the batsmen to chip in around someone like Kirsten, who'll be the sheet anchor. But whatever happens, it's going to be a big target.
Saw Richie Richardson there asking the umpire how many more balls, almost as if to say, well, yes, I can see an opportunity of scoring more than one. I'll be a little bit circumspect. Just 2 off that over. 189 for 2. More left-handers below these two. Question of whether they get in. Pat Simcox back into the attack. Quite a brave move from Captain Cronje. 6 overs for 45. Can he redeem all that with just one delivery? 4 in the ring, backward point, extra cover, long off, and a deep point on the boundary fence. So only 4 on the offside, which indicates that the talk has been, you've got to bowl it straighter, Patrick, and I'll give you the backup on the onside.
Absolutely. So we'll see now whether Lara decides to take the chance. He's well set, but he is only 4 away from 100, which is a major milestone in any batsman's innings. See whether he gives himself the room to try and force it away where there are only 4 fielders.
Over the wicket with the... was interesting. I don't think he told the umpire. Richie Richardson certainly didn't know he was on that side of the stumps. That's the second time. Now, what does he do? Does he recall that delivery?
Must call no ball if he hasn't warned him. Although it's the first ball of a spell. The umpire a little bit confused. He's warned him, but he hasn't called no ball.
Got a yellow card. Anyway, 1 run after all that. And what sort of field change will we see now? Still 5 on the offside. Interesting. That means that Simcox wants to bowl it fairly wide of Richardson's off stump. The wisdom in that we will learn shortly.
Because Simcox will be hoping that he can keep Richardson down at that end for as much of this over as possible. Play and miss. Good delivery. That's that top spinner, the one with which he beat Lara twice early in his innings. No real spin at all.
In the air. Can't reach it. Did he hit it?
Academic now, because Pelfreyman wasn't able to stretch out far enough to get there. Didn't look as though his bat was close. The only thing it may have been was a glove on the way up from the pad. Very difficult to see. So only 2 balls left in this over, and the drinks trolley just about to come on.
Turn and bounce from Simcox. It's been a good over to date. Barney de Villiers down there. Oh, unlucky, and it's going to be costly. Only 1. So that's 4 runs off the last 2 overs that South Africa have bowled. I'll be very, very happy with that little recovery. Richardson driving through the offside. Pelfreyman misses it. And the players make their way now off the field for a well-deserved drink. It's hot out there. 191 for 2. In the air, but safe. Richardson taking McMillan on.
Oh, this is an interesting start. I wonder what he had for drinks. 2 slashes in the first 2 deliveries after drinks. This is the second wicket to fall. Chanderpaul, who played so well, giving the strike to Lara, sweeping the ball to mid-wicket, and Cullinan taking his second catch of the innings. So Ball following him at 56 in 93 balls, proving the ideal foil for Brian Lara.
Big appeal. And not a bad one either. Leg by signalled.
That looked a good shot to me. Ball perhaps, because he's coming round the wicket, going down leg. Steve Randall, not one to rush his decisions. And look at that. That looked an extremely good shot. We can see the whole of the leg stump. The ball hitting him pretty well on middle and off. Hesitation in the run, causing the second bit of a flutter for Brian Lara.
An excellent shout that. I think in fairness, Steve Randall's working on the theory that McMillan's round the wicket. He's so wide when he delivers it that anything pitching anywhere round about off stump is going to miss leg stump. That's certainly what he indicated. McMillan asked him, see where the ball does pitch. Pitches on off stump. It's just a question of, with the 4 foot that it still had to go, would it have hit leg?
Well, that front pad was on the line. I thought it was a good shot.
Very good over. Just 2 off this over to date, so that's 6 in the last 3 that South Africa have bowled. So they're hanging in there, certainly. No run scored, 193 for 2. Test for Pat Simcox. Drinks break over. Perhaps the West Indies were keen just to get through to that without risking another wicket. Over the wicket to Lara. 5 on the leg side. He'll settle for that. 1. Now he can bowl at the new man.
Well, ironically, he's slightly over pitching this one, allowing Brian Lara to sweep with impunity. If he pitched it a metre shorter, he'd give the ball time to spin and he might just get a top edge. It's obvious he's going to go for it no matter what. Quite a slow beginning from Richie Richardson.
Put that away, courtesy pad, some of it. Whether there was a little bit of bat or not will be confirmed by umpire KT Francis. There was a little bit of bat. To date, this is quite a good ploy from Simcox. I think he probably left it maybe 2 overs too late in his first spell before adopting this method of over the wicket and at leg stump. Lara can only get 1. Oh, he's taking 2. And he's got there.
And he's made it. And that's a most magnificent 100. Brian Lara showing the world just what a fine player he really is. Extremely happy. Tension off him now. His teammates delighted, as is his captain.
Brian Lara's second 100 against South Africa. His first 100 in World Cup cricket. Can you believe it? Just 83 balls, 15 boundaries. So he hasn't hit a boundary for a few overs.
I think you put your finger on it, Robin. The South African change of tactics have all come a little bit too late.
Fielded. 198 for 2. Lara
198
has
for 2.
already satisfied this crowd. They came here to watch him get 100. He's done that. West Indies approaching 200. Brian McMillan approaching the wicket. And to continue commentary, Jeffrey Boycott is with Tony Lewis.
Thank you, Robin. Well, terrific stuff. It's been a great privilege to be here to watch the range of stroke play. I'm sure South Africans will point to a odd bit of playing and missing along the way, but that's what the effect has been on the crowd. It's been terrific stuff. Brian Lara, a century in this World Cup. And South Africa really have had 5 or 6 really good overs in succession since McMillan went round the wicket into the left-hander, and Simcox has bowled well to Richardson. Richardson hasn't got going, but still 199 for 2, and we're only in the 37th over, Jeff.
Yeah, well, they just bowled well out South Africa in the last 2 or 3 overs since Richardson come in, but the damage was done before then. They kept giving Lara too much width outside off stump, Chanderpaul as well, but Lara was the dominant player, as you'd expect. And I thought Simcox bowled very badly, giving him far too much room. There's no doubt South Africa are in trouble. Big trouble. They've got to bowl exceptionally well, field tight. Any half chances that come along, they've got to grab them. A run out would help, anything. Because if that score gets up to 300, then you've got to say they've had it. I think 250 on these pitches, 260 is quite comfortably manageable. They're that flat and good, but once it gets over that, it puts enormous pressure on the side batting second, as we saw with India and Pakistan the other day.
There have been strange lapses in the South African fielding, more than we've seen in this Pakistan group of the World Cup. But then they've been under pressure. A lot of players have been nervous out there. Lara himself was very nervous at the start. Terrific tension. You can see the fingers being pushed at the ball in the field instead of the relaxed palms. All these small bits and pieces, but South Africa are getting their act together. And a lot depends now on Richardson getting in. He's not looked at all fluent. He's got 6 of 24 balls.
Yeah, South Africa need to bowl as much as possible at Richie. Keep him tied down. Obviously, if you get him out, that's a bonus. And they've got to somehow frustrate Lara into not getting much bowling when he's going. The adrenaline's running, the blood's running fast, and he's feeling great. He's looking for every ball to whack. You've got to frustrate him to get himself out.
There'll be one here. They turn and take the second. Simcox has to pick himself up down at third man. It's the end of the over. It's 203 for 2. Well, interesting to see how Simcox has gone over the wicket to Lara, and this was the great flaw. The ball round the wicket gave Lara room, which was fatal. But now much more organised, frugal approach.
The trouble is, when he gets it right and goes over the wicket now and tries to bowl there, Lara's in such good nick like that, you can't stop the flow of runs, so they're doing it too late. You've got to do it early on when he was nervous and not sure of himself, under pressure. Now he's going to smack you all over the park. He's got 2 shots for every ball now. He's going.
You don't see too many of these, though, Jeff, do you?
Well, that's why he's a great player. I mean, he just moved away and smacked it. And that's what I'm saying. You have to keep great players under pressure, a bit down, as long as you can.
When you see a great player, you have that feeling that they don't actually know or care where their stumps are.
Well, this is the best chance for me that South Africa have, is getting him to make a mistake. Getting him to be a little over-ambitious. And they do need a wicket.
But he is right, he's got to play shots. South Africa just getting more self-confidence, just getting back into the game there.
But you see, I don't think Brian Lara has to do anything silly. If he just plays normal cricket, he'll score very quickly. He's that talented a player. We saw the other day Amir Sohail had the Indian bowlers at his mercy and he gave his wicket away. Just a rash slog, losing his temper with a bowler. And I think if I was Richard Richardson, I'd have a word with Brian Lara, say, yeah, keep playing, but no need to do anything daft, because him playing just normal for Lara will score quicker than anybody else.
Well, it's all great stuff. 208 for 2, West Indies. That's in the air. One bounce, a fumble, 2 runs.
Yes, they've missed a run or two today of the South Africans. They're usually brilliant in the field. But you see here, he just took his time. He didn't seem to be judging it very well. He overran the ball a little bit. One-handed it, missed it.
That's in the air. Brilliant catch. Now that's the best of South Africa. Gary Kirsten out there, brilliant catch. Richie Richardson goes. Richardson looking for his fluency, looking for his aggression. And Simcox gets a reward.
Well, they'll be glad of this wicket. It was an excellent catch, but I think they'd prefer it to have been Lara. Might have made a bigger difference. But a wicket's a wicket. Gets a new man in again and hopefully will struggle. So that's the positive thought that South Africa have to have, as West Indies are still 210 for 3.
Roger Harper is the new batsman, so there's not going to be an Adams or an Arthurton, 2 more left-handers. Just kept the right and left hand out there going, which has got good sense. West Indies just looking, Jeff, to maintain some momentum, aren't they?
Yes, and I actually think Roger Harper's in as good a nick as Jimmy Adams, who's a quality batsman, and Keith Atherton, who doesn't look in very good nick to me. And at this stage of the innings, few overs to go, you might as well send somebody in who possibly could strike it a bit better than 2 orthodox batsmen who are not in great nick.
Well, this is a crucial stage. South Africa got another breakthrough, 3 wickets down. And this is the way they're clawing it back. It's okay clawing it back, but Lara's still there because it's Richardson who went. And let's take one more look at that. I think correctly for the first time looking to hit with the spin, but a super catch out there at deep mid-wicket. Very well bowled by McMillan. You can see the effort put into this by South Africa. Not only the physical effort, the mental effort to get the odd Yorker up there, to keep the good line.
The trick for South Africa now is to try and keep the West Indies total within manageable proportions, something that they feel that, well, if we play really well, we might get. That's a tough and tall order job for the captain. West Indies have a couple of makeshift bowlers, Arthurton and Adams, so they haven't got a proper 5th bowler. But it's a question of how many runs West Indies get. If he gets to that 300 mark, anything over 280, 280 is a tough total, but anything over that, they will have to play out of the skin. So it will take a lot of mental effort, a lot of mental discipline on the South African bowlers and fielders at this stage of the game to hold the West Indies to something reasonable.
But they are making that effort. Lara says no. This may well be a maiden over. Little respite there for Hansie Cronje, but his mind's been whizzing around out there. Not an easy job for a captain.
Yes, and their ploy of playing Paul Adams for the great fast bowler Alan Donald not quite worked.
It might work against the tail, you never know. When the slog comes on, the wrist spinner does a very handy job at that stage as a rule. And that's gone through, appealed for catch behind the wicket, and it's said not out. Flick the pad, that's the signal from Randall, the umpire. McMillan doesn't like it. Maiden over, 210 for 3.
It might not answer you, though.
One more run. Well, it's been a super century by Brian Lara, and he's got to take control now. He must keep talking to these other batsmen as they come in. He needs as much strike as possible. His run between the wickets has been quite electric.
I think the biggest disappointment for South Africa has been Simcox. He's the one spinner that would have played. I know they've played two, leaving Alan Donald out, but he's the one spinner would have played to bowl against the left-handers. And whatever the theory worked out by coach and captain and bowler was wrong to give Lara so much room outside off stump, and Chanderpaul as well. He should have been bowling like this from the beginning. He should have been bowling over the wicket to the left-hander.
One run. Well, recognition for Grand Slam sports. That's in the air, and that could be caught. Yes, he's going for the second. Just dropped out of the reach of Paul Adams.
Well, there's a lot of hope in that shout from the South Africans, but it was never really catchable for Paul Adams. It was always just out of his reach.
And that's the top edge. Man under it. Got him. Lara goes in the 40th over. South Africa's perseverance, and Simcox over the wickets, and Lara looking for runs. All adds up to the fall of a famous wicket. 214 for 4.
Well, this is a huge wicket for South Africa. Top edge sweeping. And many of us have been thinking and then saying it that Simcox should have been bowling like this from the beginning. But his heart was in his mouth there. Very important that. Brilliant innings. 111 off 94 balls. And put West Indies in a brilliant position. 214 for 4.
Fighting the way back into this match. And the West Indies ascendancy just wobbling a little bit. Simcox coming to the end of his overs. And that gets right through. They'll take 2. And more luck for Roger Harper. So Simcox comes to the end of his 10 overs. .64 runs, 2 wickets.
Well, he was always going to go after the bowling with Brian Lara, but South Africa will be relieved. Just gets new batsmen into the crease, gives them an opportunity to try and slow down the scoring rate and keep it within manageable proportions. But what a brilliant innings.
So the big question now, Roland Holer, the new batsman, can he and the rest move it along? You can feel South Africa clawing their way back into this match. Macmillan putting in a really good spell. He's in his 9th over. Simcox is finished. Roland Holder just played 1 match in this World Cup and got 0 against India, averaging 25 in his career.
Yes, he's a player who is quite a good player from Barbados. A lot of people in West Indies think he is, but he never seems to get as much opportunity as 1 or 2 others. His name always seems to be last out of the hat. He's never had a settled position in the side, never had an extended run.
Now this is what South Africa have been praying for now. 2 batsmen in there, neither with an eye in. 1 to Holder, 3 to Harper, and this is South Africa's big chance to get back in. A single. I think the supporters know it. This is a moment of opportunity. Good pitch, fast outfield. Score of 260. Very gettable.
The problem is for South Africa that West Indies should finish it with 280 plus. Because even if South Africa bowl really well, which Macmillan is doing, if they just get a run of ball, I mean, they should finish up round about 280. They don't have to slog 4 as they're going to get 280. It'll be bad cricket on West Indies' part if they don't get up by 280 plus.
I've never associated West Indies with such logical good sense, but we'll soon see. That's more like West Indies, in the air, over cover. Coming back for 2.
Yeah, just nicely chipped it over the infield. South Africa done the right thing, brought 5 men in to save the single, to make it difficult for the new batsmen to pinch singles just to keep the score going.
.221 for 4. Adams back in the attack again. 3 overs he's bowled so far for 19. And must say that Chanderpaul up the order there didn't really read him at all. Just a touch expensive. But bowling to Brian Lara was not a joy for anybody. Let's see if he can make a dent in the middle order now.
It's just a shame for the lad that he only got 1 match before coming into this very big, important quarter-final, sudden death. Surely he should have played against Holland and got a 2nd match. It's 10 overs bowling. It's a big ask for the boy. I know he's got a good temperament, but a lot of pressure here on him.
Well, interestingly, he's going around the wicket to the right-hander and slipping a vicious little googly to start off.
Well, he does bowl mainly googlies.
Well, my word, Roger Harper was quick down the pitch then. I know he's a tall boy, just 2 or 3 strides, I suppose, but he was very fast down there.
If Paul Adams bowls well, pitches it, I think they might have a problem reading him. You usually find that lesser players and tail-enders don't read these wrist spinners as well as top batsmen. Some top batsmen don't read them. It's just a question, as long as he didn't bowl it too short or too full. Pitch is quite slow, well bowled. If he pitches it anywhere near, they're going to have difficulty, but he just occasionally bowls a full toss or something very short that they can wait for it to turn off the pitch and read it and whack it. If he gets it on a length like that, they've got problems.
Harper's no idea what's happening out there, but the ball's racing away down that far end. It's 4 runs. Brave try by Sean Pollock. Frustrating for young Paul Adams because he's bowled it beautifully, dropped it beautifully.
Deserved a wicket, this, didn't it? I mean, he just deceived the batsman, gets nothing for it. In worse still, it goes for 4. Beautifully bowled.
Who's to say there wouldn't have been a stumping? But I agree with you, this is why Shane Warne has much to offer, bowling at the tail as he has to the top batsman. That's why. Wrist spinners, Abdul Qadir in his day. Lots of fine wrist spinners have caused havoc down the order.
Yes, the South African captain bringing Jonty Rhodes to save him one behind square, a key position, bringing his best fielder in. Smart captaincy, that.
One of 2 fielders out there deep mid-wicket. 2:27 for 4. Another shout, and he's out. He's given him. Randall's given him. McMillan's perseverance pays off. So South Africa now are really back in this contest. 5 wickets down for 2:27.
Well, the umpire had no doubt here. He gave him out fairly.
Keith Arthurton, the new batsman. Brian McMillan in his last over of the 10. Change of commentary now with Michael Holding is Bob Willis.
Thanks, Tony. Keith Arthurton facing Brian McMillan. Can't get off the mark. This has been a great fight back by South Africa. He's had a wretched World Cup so far, has Keith Arthurton. Poor shot selection and run-outs haven't helped his aggregate along. There's a smile back on the face of Hansie Cronje. He's a terrific tactician. Not much anyone can do about Brian Lara. He's fought back extremely well, changed his bowlers around. And the man with the ball in his hand at the moment has done a magnificent job for him. Roger Harper, the last wicket to fall, shuffles across, hits him right in front. Although he's a tall man, he hasn't got that far forward. He just has a look up when Randall's finger goes up, but that looks fair enough to me, Michael.
Yes, he's not a long way forward, and he was just on off stump.
Arthurton off the mark. Yes, if you think when Chanderpaul was out as 180 for 2 from 30 overs and 5 balls. They've only scored at 4 and over since then. That is some comeback.
A very good comeback by South Africa. And the man with the ball in his hand, as you said, Bob, was the man responsible, Brian McMillan. But this is his last ball. And the West Indies have 7 overs after this one.
They're coming back for 2. They make it. 230 for 5. 5 to Holder, 1 to Arthurton. The tempo's changed completely. Splendid captaincy by Hansie Cronje. He's brought Adams back into the attack now. These lower order West Indian batsmen haven't had a look at him. Roland Holder certainly can't pick him. Roger Harper couldn't. Let's see what Keith Arthurton can make of him. That's up in the air. It's gone a long way up in the air. And he's gone. Well, if I've ever seen a brainless cricket shot, Michael, that was it.
There was absolutely no need for that at all. The West Indies have been going along very well. 230 runs off 43 overs. 42 balls left to the bowl. All they needed was anything close to a runner ball. But instead, we got this. Looking to hit a 6 and only succeeding in hitting it straight up into the air. A long way up, and of course anything that goes up has got to come down, and it finds Hudson. 230 for 6.
Great fielding. He's in trouble here. He must have gone. There's no doubt about that. Great work by Paul Adams. Roland Holder's been run out. There's some spectacular collapse in progress here.
Well, we saw some absolutely brilliant cricket from the West Indies in the early overs. Now we are seeing some brainless cricket. This is another bit of it. The ball hadn't gone past Adams yet, and Roland Holder is taking off. Stranded, no chance of getting back. A long way out. No need even to call for the third umpire. Umpire Steve Randall giving him out. It's 230 for 7.
Ian Bishop in at number 9 for the West Indies. West Indies making life very difficult for themselves indeed here. Arthurton skying the ball in the air. Andrew Hudson, the ball arriving just a bit quicker than he was expecting, but he managed to hold on. That was 230 for 6, and at the same score, that brilliant piece of fielding by Paul Adams. Roland Holder tried to get back. He was 9 inches short. Paul Adams was a liability in the field when he first came into the South African side. The management's changed all that. Well, Michael, can the West Indies bat out 50 overs now?
Yes, that's the question now, Bob. At one stage, everyone was thinking, how many will they get? Now, will they survive? Obviously, these low-order batsmen will not be able to negotiate Paul Adams as well as the higher-order batsmen. He has come back very well indeed.
Interestingly, Bishop deciding to play Adams off the back foot. And now we have Adams to Adams. Paul to Jimmy. Paul Adams coming over the wicket. That's what the delay is. Big heavy sight screens here. Adams in his 5th over. .44 completed, 231 for 7. 2 wickets for Pat Simcox. They cost him a lot, 64. Time for Craig Matthews to return to the attack. He's on at the university end. He's got 2 overs left. Pollock's got 2. And there's really as many as you like from Cronje and Paul Adams. Simcox at 3rd man. Just the one to the total. As usual, Michael, a lot of responsibility on Jimmy Adams' shoulders to nurse the tail enders through these last 6 overs. They can't really afford to take any risks at all until that 50th over.
That's right. Jimmy Adams relishes in these sort of situations, Bobby. He does play well when the pressure is on. Whenever his back is against the wall, he usually pulls out whatever is necessary. Don't think he'll be trying to be too extravagant in these last 6 overs. He knows there are 7 wickets down. Important thing is to just push along, get some singles and keep the scoreboard ticking over. But of course, South Africa will certainly be a lot more confident at this stage than they were earlier on. Hansi Cronje has been said, handled his bowlers very well, his field placing. Not much you can do about Brian Lara, but when the other batsmen were on strike, they certainly kept things reasonably tight. That man bowled well.
South Africa just need to keep one eye on the over rate. This is the 45th over. The sides in this World Cup have to bowl their 50 overs in 3.5 hours. So they have to bowl another 5 overs after this, and there's just about 15 minutes left.
Nothing happening yet for Jimmy Adams. Hansi Cronje has 5 fielders inside the circle, and they're all coming in to prevent those singles, putting extra pressure on the batsmen. Doesn't want to give away in the boundaries, Cronje, but at the same time he doesn't want the batsmen to get easy singles either.
The West Indies were 140 at the turn, 25 overs, and 180 for 1 after 30 overs and 4 balls. Then Chanderpaul was out, 180 for 2. Then South Africa played some really tremendous out cricket. They got the strike away from Lara, and they really tortured Richie Richardson. Adams wants 2, he'll get them. 5 overs to go, 234 for 7.
I think that break was because the wicketkeeper was telling Bishop that the side screen was in the wrong place, but Ian doesn't worry about things like that. Side screen had been pushed round the wicket when Adams was bowling to the left-hander.
Fascinating watching Ian Bishop play Paul Adams. Most tail-enders' first instinct is to lunge out on the front foot, try and angle the bat. But Bishop's got a lot of confidence in his own batting ability.
Bishop did start his career as an opening batsman. Bobby started playing for his school as an opening batsman, so he does know the basics.
I think Jimmy Adams would be very happy to settle for 6 and over if he could get them. Perhaps even 4 and over until the last over. They'll have to have a dip then. But what the West Indies can't afford is to lose any more wickets. Really has been poor cricket from the men from the Caribbean in the middle order. Paul Adams seems to have the temperament to cope with anything. Being asked to bowl at the end of the innings. Hold! 237 for 7. Just the two tall pacemen to come for West Indies, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh. 237 for 7, 4 overs to go. You can have a look there at the bottom of that caption. 180 for 2 when Chanderpaul was out. And then the West Indies got stuck in the treacle. The spellbinding innings from Brian Lara, 111 from just 94 balls. But they really have collapsed since he disappeared. 214 for 4 when he was out, and 230 for 7 with the run out of Roland Holder. West Indies decided to open with Chanderpaul and Courtney Brown today. Brown was the pinch hitter, 26 from just 18 balls. And then he left the stage clear for Brian Charles Lara. It'll just be the one. Well, we were talking earlier about record one-day scores. The West Indies have made a real hash of this. They'll want 260, I think, to feel remotely comfortable. Sides have been getting 5 runs and over with consummate ease. The highest score to win batting second in this Wills World Cup was the 272 that Sri Lanka made against India at New Delhi.
And they made it quite comfortably as well. Jayasuriya was the man who started them blazing, and then they coasted the rest of the way.
Craig Matthews' last ball. 10 overs, 1 for 42 for Matthews. Bishop can't get back. Poor throw, well taken by Palfreman. Hasn't been an easy day for the wicket-keeper. Steve Palfreman, the late replacement just before the World Cup for Dave Richardson. Quite a tough assignment, standing up to the likes of Adams and Simcox. Jimmy Adams keeping his cool. He's got to get those singles in the bank. Can't risk giving his wicket away.
Just singles by the West Indies so far in this over. That's pretty much what they want. Get as close to a runner ball as possible. They will certainly think that they have got a fighting total if they get beyond 250. If they get beyond 260, they'll be reasonably confident.
Plenty of spin on that. I think the captains have read this wicket very well. They both knew it was going to turn. The third match to be played on it. It never moved.
Jimmy Adams here just trying to tickle that down to fine leg, but his foot came back well in time.
Adams can't get the strike. 2:43 for 7. Two. Here's Sean Pollock. That's a lovely timed stroke. Time for some shot making.
Well, that's the first boundary for some time for the West Indies, but as you can see here, Ian Bishop does know the basics. Left foot forward, back through the line of the ball, well timed, well placed, and 4 more.
The first boundary for 6.5 overs. West Indies now in sight of 250. How many more will they get? Well, it's gone down the leg side. There's no movement from the umpire.
Very interesting. Every time bowlers bowl down the leg side in this World Cup, you get an appeal, Bob, just to try and distract the umpire. That certainly was a well way down the leg side.
Yes, there's some pretty sophisticated gamesmanship going on during this World Cup. But the sides in the field have needed all the help they can get. It's been very tough work for bowlers and fielders. The umpiring for the most part in this World Cup has been very good. They're under a lot of pressure.
Well, apart from that one drive through the offside, Sean Pollock has done well in this over. He's trying to keep the ball up to the bat, not giving Bishop too much room to loft him over the offside, and he has mid on right back. And reasonably expensive though. There he goes again, leg stump Yorker. That's very good bowling. And with the mid-on right back at long on, if it doesn't quite pitch it right, more than likely the ball will be going down in that region. That's him down there. And it shouldn't be more than a single.
Just 5 coming from the penultimate over. 2:48 for 7.
Teamwork demands a level of understanding at which no words at all are needed. Simply a look.
Ball with Paul Adams for the last over of the West Indies innings. A tie in the air, it's down to long on, it's beaten Simcox and it's over the rope for 6. The 250's up for the West Indies and they've now got a good chance of getting beyond 260.
That was a good blow by Ian Bishop, off the back foot from outside the off stump and pulling it over long on. Well, that not just takes timing, it takes a bit of strength as well.
That's bowled him out. Bishop trying to repeat the treatment. He's perished. Paul Adams managed to keep his cool. An important wicket in this last over.
Yes, right on line, Paul Adams. That's the theory in these one-day games in the latter stages. You've got to bowl straight. If the batsman misses, you hit. No free hits at this stage. West Indies 254 for 8.
Coming in at number 10 for the West Indies with just 4 balls remaining. A quick word of advice from Jimmy Adams. He's not going to have time to beat his best of 26 not out. Just 4 deliveries to go.
What would that advice be? Have a go or take a single and give me the strike? Well, we'll see in a very few seconds.
Good running by Jimmy Adams, and it's a wide into the bargain. An extra ball. South Africa could well have done without that.
Yes, they certainly didn't need this at all. A run scored, and Jimmy Adams back on strike, and still 4 balls to go.
Have a look at the end of Ian Bishop, the ball after hitting that magnificent 6. Dead centre, middle stump. This will be tight. Adams has got in again.
I think they have made up their minds that once the ball doesn't go to the wicket-keeper, they are going to run. Jimmy Adams was quick to take off, got in quite safely. A long way in.
Full toss. Great effort, but it's a boundary. A hint of breathing space for the West Indies. They're past 260 now. Great improvisation from Jimmy Adams. They're going to get back for 3. A good last over for the West Indies, 16 runs coming from it. The West Indies completing their 50 overs, 264 for 8. Tall order for South Africa, 265 to win. They fought back well after the Lara barrage. South Africa looked down and out when the West Indies advanced 280 for 1 in the 31st over. They fought and scrapped their way back into the contest, and the West Indies have finished on 264 for 8. Richie Richardson winning the toss this morning. He decided to bat. Courtney Brown opened with Shivnarine Chanderpaul. They put on 42 for the first wicket in good time, and then the stage was set for Brian Lara. 111, 16 fours in just 94 balls. Then the mid-order collapse. Richardson couldn't really contribute. Harper, Holder and Arthurton went quickly. It was left to Jimmy Adams to help Ian Bishop score the runs at the end. Tough work for the South Africans. They hemorrhaged runs at the start when Lara came to the wicket after Courtney Brown, but they fought back well, and by far the star of that show, Brian McMillan, 10 overs, 2 for 37 in amongst all that carnage. So when we return, South Africa will need 265 to win this quarter-final. They'll have to score at 5.3 runs and over to advance to that semi-final in Chandigarh. They'll be playing Australia or New Zealand. We'll be back at the National Stadium, Karachi, in 40 minutes.
Well, the big man strides out. Curtly Ambrose. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders today. He'll want to give the West Indies a good start. A couple of maiden overs and a wicket if possible. Very good figures there for Curtly Ambrose. 3.47 his economy rate. Average isn't a big factor in these one-day games, just the economy rate and lots of wickets. 7 wickets so far in this tournament. None for 25 against Australia. Didn't get any wickets, but bowled excellently there in Jaipur.
There's Andrew Hudson, who against lesser bowling has been in terrific form, but it'll be a different prospect entirely today. But South Africa, well practiced, well rehearsed, a long sequence of success. They know how to play this game, the one-day game, limited overs, 50 overs aside, 265 to win. It's going to be a great contest. And a terrific build-up around the crowd.
Bit of bounce there for Curly Ambrose. And we saw when Sean Pollock had the ball in his hands that he got a reasonable amount of bounce. One would suspect that Curly Ambrose at 6'7" would get a bit of bounce as well, wrapping Hudson on the gloves.
Well, I must say 50 overs of those and I think you've won.
Well, Richard Richardson not afraid to set a reasonably attacking field. South Africa started with a slip on the gully when they started, and then had to get rid of them quite quickly. Richard Richardson too has started with a slip on the gully. Let's see how long they last.
Quite a bit of sharpness in the field. The offside, the onside, very important with Richard Richardson this. He's announced the fact that he is retiring, but it would be a wonderful thing to go clutching a World Cup.
And very embarrassing for a few people back home. Another short ball there from Ambrose, tucking Hudson up, but he has to be very careful how short he does pitch, because the bounce has been reasonably consistent so far. So if he pitches a fraction too short, the batsmen are not going to be afraid to go on the back foot and pull.
Well, that's a very useful over indeed. 5 balls bowled so far, and no easy nudges. Absolutely dead straight. Really on middle and leg, tucking up Hudson. One run, 1 over bowled. Batting to come, Hansie Cronje next, Darrell Cullinan, Jonty Rhodes back in the side, 5th, Brian McMillan. That's a formidable batting lineup. Palfreman, who they have used as a pinch hitter up front. Sean Pollock is a good batter for that position. Craig Matthews. I think South Africa really fancy their chances, but a lot will depend on the big boys out there. Ambrose, Walsh now, Bishop to come. The crowd have been supporting South Africa right through this tour, but now I think they love to see the big West Indies fast bowlers. They love seeing Lara bat. And certainly a big West Indian fast bowler gives the opportunity for crowd participation. When you bowl out here, Mikey, do they all sort of clear and clap in time?
Only for Imran Khan.
Good shot, firm shot. All the way. I'm not sure that mid-on isn't a little close there. There's no need to go that close. Possibly, but still it was a good shot.
That's how good these pitches have been. No great effort, just pushing through the line of the ball. Well timed, very fast outfield, and 4 runs.
And mid-on goes back a yard or two now. Straight through, whistling through.
That's pretty much the delivery that Courtney Walsh towards me bowling. Just on that off-stump line, straightening up or going away as that one did. He has a slip and a gully. That should be the line. That should be the movement. Going towards slip. Look at that seam. Very upright.
Superb bowling by Courtney Walsh. One run. So it's a first ball for Kirsten now. He hasn't faced the bowling yet. Good combination, right and left hand. Very durable sort of player, Gary Kirsten, but he's also busy enough to make a real impact on the one-day game. ...41 matches, 41 innings, averaging 42. That's really healthy. Of course, the opening batsmen get the Lions, share the bowling. Perhaps they get the best chance of building up a longer innings. The 750s. And a very solid World Cup, that. Six without loss. In his younger days, was a brilliant fielder there. Good slip fielder too. There's one thing you can say about West Indies on the evidence today is that they're really trying.
Another good delivery from Curtly Ambrose. The seam upright again. Just hitting that seam and coming back into the right hand a bit.
Good shot. Drop short, and it's exactly what Mike Holding said not to do out there. It's a cracking batting pitch, and it's a cracking 4.
Well, that's certainly not the length. Much too short. Was outside the line of off stump, but was short enough for him to pull it through the mid-wicket region. Just 3 fielders on the offside, on the onside rather. An easy boundary.
Another fine shot, short again, and wide. And Hudson is in terrific form. Really sweet strokes, those, and they were strokes, they weren't bashes.
No, there were 2 very good shots. 2 balls pitched in the middle of the pitch, and 2 very good shots. Well, Curtly Ambrose knows he has done something wrong there.
And that's where it should be. He'll know that.
The West Indies have quite a few fielders pretty close to the bat there trying to save a single. But I think a couple of them just might be coming in a bit too far.
.14 from a wicket. Left-handed Kirsten. There's a slip in there for Kirsten. Brian Lara and the gully. Those are the 2 within 15 yards. It must keep 2 catchers up there. Well, it makes a lot of cricket sense anyway, because Courtney Walsh will be slanting the ball across the left-handed batsman.
Roger Harper, the man there at point. He has been staying back a bit on the edge of the circle. The other two men on the outside with him have been very close. That's Roger Harper on the extreme right of your screen there. Just hanging back and giving himself a bit of time to see the ball when it comes at him.
Oh, no ball. It was quick, but no ball.
That's another danger for the West Indies, the wides and the no balls. Courtney Walsh stretching a long way there. Kirsten has had a very good World Cup so far. Scored quite heavily. Most of the opening batsmen have been having good World Cups because the emphasis certainly has been on batting. The pitches certainly have been slanted towards the batsmen. But it still takes something to go out there and score them. .151 century. 6 matches, and that's all the World Cup games. This is his 6th game in this first tournament.
Harper, fine fielding. Lovely athlete, Roger Harper. But terrific build-up every ball from this crowd. They keep banging away in time with the great strides of Courtney Walsh. Nicely placed in front of square this time. 2 runs taken, 17 for no wicket.
For the live excitement of World Cup cricket, only Visa cards accepted.
Every day and every hour, you've got the Visa power.
I've got the Visa power. Now you go get it.
And now then, Curtly Ambrose needs a really good over this time. I'm sure that must be the bowler's mentality. He's been whacked for a couple of boundaries in 1 over. Nice to get it back, get that economy rate back, and keep the run column under control.
The West Indies really need to win this game to get back on the good side of the public back home. And there's quite a bit of determination out there. He has done a lot so far. Still could get involved in this game. Catch or 2 in slip.
Slanting into the batsman, the right-hander. Just 3 fielders on the onside. 2 saving the single. A wide mid-on. A squarish mid-wicket. And 1 at a wide-ish fine leg. But it's on the offside that the weight of field placing is. And Hudson, you can feel Michael just moving across, trying to find that onside.
And why not? Curtly Ambrose has been slanting the ball into him, and look how wide on the crease he has been bowling. He only has 3 men on the onside. I think he needs to get a bit closer to the stumps and try and get the ball to either go straight or to go away from the right-hander. Hudson has the right intent there, try and loft him over the onside.
Five overs bowled in this over. It's a first knock against Ambrose now for Gary Kirsten. Oh, plays and misses, one off the over, 18 for no wicket.
Special friend coming for dinner. Helga make perfect.
Runs to win from 45 overs, all very possible. Was a time when West Indies looked as if they were getting 300 or more. That's how it was at the time. West Indies will have the advantage when we compare for quite some time yet. Well, there's a terrific battle out there. It's hot, it's very humid. Atmosphere's built up right around the ground. That's the shot back to the pavilion where the dressing rooms are, the commentary boxes and press boxes. Bit of a slow ball, well stopped at cover.
Good bit of work by Richie Richardson there in the covers. He's pretty close. He's not in a catching position, but he's walking and walking in quickly. Shouting encouragement. That's good to see in the West Indies team these days.
Maybe all the noise is coming from Richie Richardson. Hudson plays that little whip shot well. He sees it quickly. He's not a man who deals in stiff deflections. Andrew Hudson swings a good bat at it.
Another no ball. West Indies have to be very careful about those no balls, as I said before. And I don't think it's quite necessary for the fast bowlers to be thinking too much about pace. You're not going to beat anybody for pace on these pitches. It's a matter of getting it in the right spot and getting it there consistently.
How difficult is it, Mike, to be an attacking bowler 1 minute and an aggressive bowler looking for test match wickets to suddenly transform into the man who's trying to bowl dot balls?
Well, it's all a matter of the mind, Tony. It's a matter of you telling yourself what type of cricket you're playing and adjusting to the occasion. If you're not playing test matches, you adjust your bowling to what is suitable for the occasion. This is one-day cricket. Has a slip and a gully in place, but you can't really afford to be too attacking. Not too much experimenting. I think it's a matter of consistency. Get the right line and length and consistently bowl in that area. Try and get the batsman to do something that is out of the ordinary. That's what one-day cricket is all about as a bowler. Try and get the opposition to do what they don't want to do. Obviously the batsman will be trying to get the bowler to change his line and length if it's something that he can't deal with, and obviously the bowler has to try and keep it there.
It's well run. Kirsten must have felt that he'd hit that pretty well there. Beat the bowler, certainly falling through. Just a single.
Roland Holder, the man coming around, losing his shades in the process.
Big slower ball, 21 for no wicket. Rose takes the plaudits. Clearly forcing Kirsten right back on the stumps. All eyes are up mid-wicket to see if his stumble would recover, whether the ball would be returned in time to run him out, and all the time he knew, he felt it.
I think South Africa will consider themselves a bit unfortunate here. Kirsten played it well, played it through the mid-wicket region, but that left leg, the back leg, just slipping and going back onto the stumps. He felt it and he knew it was over. South Africa lose their first wicket on 21.
Darrell Cullinan, the new batsman, man of great talents. But what's his temperament like? It's a great test from out there, 21 for 1. And he's lost Gary Kirsten, the man who could really play right to the innings. Darrell Cullinan is much more the stroke player. 2 slips go in there now.
And this is why Darrell Cullinan has to come to the crease. Gary Kirsten playing a reasonably good shot there, just flicking it through the mid-wicket region, and there goes that left.
Seen some great innings, 100 from Lara today. What more could an audience want?
Darrell Cullinan had a very close call the last ball of the previous over. Roland Holder, the man doing the fielding, he would have been a long way out, at least 2 meters out.
Not only the spectators here, but right around the world, I hope that you're all enjoying this contest for a vital place in semi-finals. In association with PTV and the uplinking arrangements by PTCL. Short mid-wicket comes in now. Interesting to see a fielder on each side. Richardson very tight at cover, very close as Mike's been saying, and a man at short mid-wicket.
I think both West Indian fast bowlers are having problems today getting the ball to go away from the right-hander. That's why Courtney Walsh, in conjunction with his captain, has decided to move the man from gully to that short mid-wicket position. A bit of extra cover on the onside.
Bit of bounce, the ball cutting back in. Well, Courtney's doing a bit of talking to himself out there. Throttling back, maybe. Looking for that difficult balance of speed and aggression, and the calm not to bowl no balls and give too much away.
Cullinan played quite a bit of county cricket for Derbyshire last year, and the man bowling to him, Courtney Walsh, does play a lot of county cricket as well. But last year, Courtney Walsh was too busy with the West Indies team to have seen too much of Cullinan. But perhaps he did a bit of talking to the other English cricketers around to find out what was what with this young man.
That's a good shot, and that's typical Darrell Cullinan. He knows it's 4, felt the timing, and we saw the follow-through. 26 for 1.
समस्याएं अनेक, उपाय एक। Zoric चकाचक साफ करे। नया Zoric 88 क्विक मेंटेनेंस स्प्रे, 88 आश्चर्यजनक उपयोग और उससे भी ज्यादा। Amtrix air conditioners, the power of silence.
26 for 1, and here's Robin Jackman, and alongside him Jeffrey Boycott.
Thank you, Tony. 8 overs gone, certainly behind the rate that the West Indies set in the early overs. But these two quick bowlers have bowled very well, haven't they?
Good afternoon, everybody. I think most players around the world at any time would find it difficult to smash Curtly Ambrose around. He just bowls that awkward length. You'd like to get forward, but he doesn't really allow you to. Very much like Joel Garner, wonderful figures. I think you have to try occasionally to get forward, but it only is occasional because he won't let you.
Straying down leg side a little. It's the enormous height that both these bowlers, particularly Ambrose, bowls it from. It makes an ordinary length ball hit the splice of the bat rather than the sweet spot, even on these low, slow wickets.
Yes, the danger against Curtly Ambrose in particular is he forces you back and forces you back, and you sometimes play back to balls that you ought to get forward to, and he gets LBW or bowled. Hudson there got a little bit caught in two minds. This is the sort of thing he does. He's trying to get forward, but then Curtly's not far enough up for him to really go through with his defensive shot or even a firm push. So he gets caught in no man's land. He's half forward and doing nothing. Very difficult to get after Ambrose.
Got after that. How well he's hit it's debatable, but I think it's a real teaser. Yeah, 4 runs.
Well, that's a really good shot. He hardly ever bowls a bad ball, a really bad one. This wasn't so bad in length. He just played an excellent shot, got into position quite quickly, pulled it almost off half front foot. Hadn't time to get really back. He's just going forward and then swings the bat. Excellent shot.
So just one slip now, the West Indies. Short mid-wickets in position. So those catches didn't last long in either innings.
The one thing for South Africa they should bear in mind is whereby they might not score quite as quick as West Indies did in the first few overs, but then they should be able to score much quicker than West Indies did at the end of their innings if they've got wickets in hand. So it should balance out, provided they pace their innings pretty good and have some wickets left for the last 10 or 12, 14 overs.
Well, that was a marvellous cricket shot. Didn't get him any runs. 32 for 1.
Just 3 runs to go, there's 1 ball left. This is the ball that will decide the match. The tension is rising, it's anybody's game now. They've got to go for it here.
From the center of excitement.
He could do with a big one down the ground. Oh, he's only get 1 over here. That's not great news. He misses, it's going to be more, it's overthrows, it could be 4, it is, what a win!
Centrefresh, official chewing gum of the Wills World Cup 96.
That's what South Africa require. New bowler, Ian Bishop, replacing Courtney Walsh. Just been informed, Jeff, that no one in the history of one-day international cricket in Pakistan has ever scored 265 to win.
Well, it's a good time to do it then, isn't it? Records were made to be broken. They're also not the best chasing side out South Africa. They like to set totals. They've occasionally excelled themselves. But normally they're not too good at chasing over 250.
Ian Bishop, 52 he went for against Australia in a game the West Indies won. Not riddled with wickets, his analysis is there. I think probably if the full contingent of West Indies bowlers were fit, this lad might not be playing. Otis Gibson, I think, would perhaps replace him. See how he goes. Whipped away by Cullen, and not convincingly.
Well, South Africa know they've got to take a chance or two to just keep up with a reasonably decent run rate. They've just got to hope it goes into the gaps when it goes in the air and not into somebody's hands.
It's a useful start for any opening batsman. Orthodox opening batsman, 21 off just 31 balls. We've had people go in there with a job to have a slog, but and especially against these two bowlers. Out! No ball! No ball called. Hudson hasn't heard it because of the roar of the crowd. Dejection for the West Indies. Celebration for Andrew Hudson.
Well, that was lovely cricket, wasn't it? The batsman totally unaware, thought he was out, a disappointment, turned round, took the bat under his arm, gloves off. You see, he sees the ball, he fancies whipping it over mid-wicket. He doesn't hear anything from the umpire. There he is, he hears the death knell, he thinks. As he turns around, that's it. That's a goner for me. No, and then somebody said, you're not out. Get back. Have a second go, just like when you played in the street as a youngster.
That must be a lovely feeling for the batter. Desperate for the bowler. Tight line call. Correct, but tight. Remember, the line belongs to the umpire, just as it does when a batsman's stumped. If he's on the line, he's out. Good delivery. Hudson playing there a little bit too square. If it was for real, he'd be disappointed with the shot. Might just have jolted him back into not doing it again, for a while anyway. The noise in the stadium is enormous for a crowd that isn't complete. Bishop abort, it's all happening. Let's have a look at this call by Steve Randall again. A little bit difficult to tell. But, extravagant stroke, I suppose, is a way of describing that. Good shot, no run. This crowd certainly seems to have got behind the West Indies, there's no doubt about that. They came here to watch Brian Lara get 100. He obliged. And now they're all really pumped up. Crowd's definitely grown as well. There were probably half that number in here for the first ball. Oh, now that nearly came back down onto his stumps.
Yes, Andrew Hudson, he just tried to play it very square on the onside. He's not trying to hit it straightish mid-on. He really gets across there. Nearly goes on the stumps. And he just caught his glove coming down. There it is, it just caught the glove. It could have knocked it on the stumps.
End of a frantic 10th over, 34 for 1.
Officially, cricket is played in whites at a leisurely pace. The official players are gentlemen of restraint who have to drink the official drink. Nah. Pepsi. Nothing official about it.
Nothing official about it.
Ambrose continues.
It's interesting watching the West Indies today, the body language, everybody clapping each other, helping them. Very good start by all those three opening bowlers. Not given South Africa many easy runs. Ambrose is clapping the fielders when they stop one of his bowling. Maybe that match against Kenya did him a favour. Really kicked him up the backside. I bet this way, I bet they were glad they weren't going home back to West Indies after that match. They would have got murdered by the public. So it has given them a shot in the arm. They've all had to say, and they've come out helping each other, come out as a unit, fighting together. Well, it was late on that, it'd almost gone past. See here, it's almost gone past when he plays. I think it was a second thought. Shall I play it or shan't I? By the time he played, it had gone. It's interesting when West Indies were batting, seeing Lara and Chanderpaul hugging each other, and the captain Richie Richardson and Brian Lara when he got a century. Didn't see too much of that in the earlier matches when they were down and playing in fragmented pieces. But this is a team now. They're fighting to get through. They're working as a unit. Once they start doing that with all their talent, then they're dangerous.
Yorker driven down the ground quite well by Hudson. He got more bat on it than perhaps the ball deserved. Scampers through for a single. So a few balls have gone by since we last saw that caption. 22 now, 39. So he's getting close to a run every 2 balls. And that's about where Cullinan stands as well. Safely negotiated, 36 for 1.
Oh, you got to know about it now. It's Kingfisher, the king of good times. Everyone is
Kingfisher, worldwide sponsor of the West Indies Kingfisher team.
Bishop to continue from the university end. One man out, Gary Kirsten, slipping back onto his stumps, having been forced onto the back foot by Ambrose as he set off for the run. It's a pretty unlucky way for anyone to get out, really. That and run out down the bowler's end when the bowler gets a fingertip on it. They've been driven back at you. Driven hard. Courtney Walsh quite deep at mid-off, but with the extra cover closing the batsman down, Richie Richardson, and he can afford to be just a little bit deeper, and if it's hit really sweetly, the run isn't on. That's four. Swatted away on the offside, short and wide, and deserved it.
Well, he hit this really well. Just waited for it with a bit of width and just smacked it with the bottom hand. Yeah, that went with quite a bit of power. Anything with any width on these slow, easy-paced pitches, people are really going to get stuck into.
No ball called, and they're still taking a tightish single. I reiterate, tightish, but not necessary when it's a no ball, mind you. They can't hear him call it, I suppose.
Well, there's such a lot of noise going on, it really is rowdy. They might not be able to hear too well. He saw Hudson go as he played the shot and probably felt he'd better follow up and accept his call.
Strike rate of 64. It's about all he's been allowed. It's one thing saying he should be getting more runs, but it's what the bowlers allow you.
I don't think the South African batsmen have missed having a go at much. It's just that Ambrose puts you under so much pressure at one end, allows Walsh and Bishop then to get into you, and if you don't get any easy runs, you tighten up a little bit as a batsman. It's hard to stay relaxed. Back of the mind, they know they've got to make this big total or they're out of the World Cup. That adds extra pressure. They're not keen on chasing as well.
Just short of the man in short mid-wicket. In fact, he must have got a hand on it, otherwise I think that would have run away for four.
Well, it's a nice attempt to stop it. Just flipped it away. But you've got to take a chance or two as a batsman when the bowlers aren't giving you much. It was in the air, but not really carried.
So slightly better over for South Africa. 7 off that one, 43 for 1.
मेरी आँखों से देखना तुम, मेरी आशाओं का आधार है तुम, सागर से गहरा शक्ति है तुम, मौसमों से ऊंचा जीवन है तुम, आशाओं को सच्चाई से जोड़ेगा तुम, मेरी आशाओं।
बिरला सीमेंट, आशाओं की आधारशिला।
222 from 38, so the rate getting up round 6. Towards 6, they don't want to let it get much beyond 6. It's very hard, especially if you then lose a couple of wickets. Hard to come in and be able to score at 6 and over. Courtney Walsh now coming back into the attack. He's averaging less than 4 so far.
I don't think there's any need to panic yet, though. 2 or 3 good overs can change the whole course of the game and give the impetus back to the batsmen. At the moment, West Indies have just got a little bit of a tight hold of them. But 2 or 3 bad overs, 2 or 3 good striking shots by the batsmen and get the scoreboard ticking, make West Indies think and make a few changes. There you are, that's a beautiful strike. That's the sort of thing that no captain, no bowler can defend. A good length ball, and he's just smacked it over long on. You cannot set a field for this. Boom. That's a great strike on the up.
24 out of his total of 31 in boundaries. Now the field spread a bit more. It's a square gully and a short mid-wicket, no slip. Driven back to the bowler. Does he get a touch on it? Yes, he does. But the batsman watching carefully. That's good cricket from Daryl Cullinan. So easy to back up, wandering down the wicket in this frantic atmosphere and the need for runs. Oh, he's hit that, Miles. That's 8.
Well played, what a shot. Terrific strike. As I said, a couple of good overs can change the whole context of the match and give the impetus to the batting side. Short of a length, width, and he climbs into it. Great camera work, that. Nothing for short on these pitches, nothing for width. The margin for error is very small as the seam bowler.
Brings up the South African 50 in the 13th over. And suddenly, those 2 boundaries, a 6 and a 4, created a reasonable run rate that they're scoring at here. Amazing what boundaries do. 16 off 22 balls all of a sudden, Daryl Cullinan. Dragged the rate down from 5,8 to 5,6. Crashed that away. I tell you, the last 2 balls might both have gone for 4. They didn't. 54 for 1. Just missed out there with a couple of deliveries. I think that's what he's probably saying. He didn't miss out on that one. So this game very, very much alive, and what a wonderful atmosphere it is here in the National Stadium in Karachi. That's the rate required. And that was the comparison. West Indies certainly ahead. And when Lara got in, they went further ahead, let me tell you. But then they got it wrong at the end. This will be runs, 4 of them, I think. Yeah.
Well, suddenly the score is rushing round, and that's what can happen in one-day cricket. You've got to keep a cool head when it's very noisy around you, the pressures get into you. This is a lovely orthodox cricket shot.
More runs.
Again, runs again, a misfield as well. That's what can happen. West Indies, we've always known, have had great talent. It's just a question of harnessing it as a unit. So often I've seen them come under pressure and start to lose their cool. And that's what can happen. If the bat gets on top of the ball, it can change very quickly. They've got to make sure of West Indies that the wheels don't come off. They've got a great total. And they've got to keep pressurising South Africa. They've got to make sure they don't make any silly mistakes. A lot can happen in this game yet.
The first thing that's going to happen is that Bishop's going to look to direct the ball more on the offside. A sweeper's gone back on the boundary. The fine legs come up. You can't afford to bowl it too straight. He bowled it straight enough to get it down the ground for one. Daryl Cullinan, averaging just under 30. Would you call that underachievement for a man of his talent?
Yes, definitely, even in Test cricket as well. He had a good series against England this winter. He's got to use that. You know, he's had too many very ordinary, poor series, and he had a good series against England. He's got to use that, the confidence again, and he's got to kick on from it and have some more, even better series. He's got to string 2 or 3 good series together. He's 29 now, so he hasn't got too much longer to do it. 37 average, not bad, not special though. He's got to get into the 40s.
Drilled that, oh, and half a hand on it, and it's still going to hit the rope pretty hard. That was great cricket. Whoa, wonderful cricket.
Well, it's a great attempt by Richie, but what a catch that would have been to take this. This went with some power. He just stood there and delivered, bang. And if he'd have got his hand really into the hand, it might have done a bit of damage because it was travelling. It just got a few fingers on that, half a finger.
$11 more off that over, 65 for 1. Make it 12.
One newspaper captures the true emotion of sport. Indian Express, Total Sport.
So, World Cup 1996. He thinks South Africa are going to win it. This game's poised. No one really knows. Maybe Lee Irvin and Bob Willis can tell us.
Thanks, Robin. Well, South Africa have got that run rate required back into the realms of possibility, if not yet probability. Now, this is a crucial period for both teams. South Africa have come back well against the seam bowlers after a sticky start. Now Richardson has got to turn to his spinners. He has one frontline spinner in Roger Harper, and then the 2 part-timers, Keith Arthurton and Jimmy Adams. This is Harper's effort in one-day cricket. Economy rate of under 4, which is phenomenal for a slow bowler.
Absolutely, and South Africans are known not to play spinners all that well, but full marks to the South African batsmen. They've achieved their first target, and that is to get to 65 in the first 15 overs. And they're really well up with the West Indian score at this stage. 68 for 1 they were after 14 overs. South Africa 65 for 1, no real difference. But even better is the fact that Hudson is there on 39 and Cullinan on 21. Both settled and both rearing to go to keep this run rate ticking over.
Interesting field for Harper. This is the 15th over, so Richardson still has to have 2 men within 15 yards of the bat.
Daryl Cullinan, probably the best player of spin in the South African side. Fielding being changed here to get, well, just a discussion, sorry. Courtney Walsh wandering across to Richie Richardson to suggest something. Richardson adamant as to what he wants. That's the new regime, perhaps, talking to the old.
That's right, Courtney Walsh is to take over from Richie Richardson for the series against New Zealand in the Caribbean following this World Cup. It's well played.
Good glance there by Daryl Cullinan. Now Andrew Hudson's facing a huge challenge. He's the man who has been weak against spin. That's the new captain of the West Indies. Look how he's encouraging. There's a lot of tension out there, even though it's still an enormous mountain to climb for South Africa.
There's so much discussion about the field placings because Richardson can only have those 2 men out on the leg side boundary. He can't have anybody else outside the circle. It's a high-risk strategy bringing Harper on in the first 15 overs. But Richardson was determined to change the tempo, give the South African batsmen something new to think about.
Well, quite often the batsmen watch a new bowler for the first over, so it's not a dreadful gamble. And looking out onto the leg side just to see where the fielders are.
The 23 runs came from the last 2 overs of seam. That's why Richardson was forced into this move. And just 1 off the first 4 balls from Roger Harper. Jimmy Adams at deep backward square.
One of the difficulties about Roger Harper is that he's coming from such an unusual height for a spinner, and then he tends to dart the ball in. He doesn't give it much flight, darts it in. It's quite difficult for a batsman to pick up and get away.
Just the 3 runs off the over. That's the 15 overs completed. 69 for 1.
पहाड़ी छोर से तेज रफ्तार के साथ बढ़ते हुए ये शार्प टर्न और ये बेहतरीन तरीके से स्टीयर कर दिया बाउंड्री लाइन के नजदीक। पिच काफी ऊपर खाबड़ है लेकिन इसके बावजूद अपना संतुलन बनाए रखते हुए ये शानदार ड्राइव और दर्शक खुशी से झूम उठे। बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन।
The all-new Mahindra Armada. The world is your playground.
Plenty of support for South Africa here. Ali Bakar, the managing director of the United Cricket Board of South Africa, has arrived. So too Joe Kamensky from the Transvaal.
Yes, and John Holloway, the representative of the Standard Bank, who's the new sponsor for the South African team and South African competitions.
Sherwin Campbell there didn't make the final 11 today. Ian Bishop in his 4th over. Decision for Richardson is how to split up those last 10 overs. He's got frontline bowlers, Ambrose, Walsh, Bishop and Harper. He's got to get 10 overs from his other bowlers.
Well, this is what I was saying, is that the frontliners, Ambrose, Walsh and Bishop, have been punished well by the South African top order.
Cameron Cuffey standing by to help with the drinks. We have a drinks break coming up probably at the end of this Ian Bishop over. Cullinan on 23, Hudson 40.
Delicate shot by Daryl Cullinan as the drinks are well prepared. Sherwin Campbell there again, just finishing off his preparations. Looks as though he's got some pills ready for any fielder.
Yes, it's a hot day in Karachi today. Shortly after the starting time, locally 9 AM, the temperature was nudging 30 degrees. Warm work for the fielders, especially so for the bowlers, and of course the batsmen charging up and down the 22 yards.
Still a good strike rate by Andrew Hudson, although he hasn't seen much of it for the last few overs as Cullinan has started to dominate. He's 24 in just 32 balls. That magnificent 6 and 2 fours.
Partnership between Cullinan and Hudson worth 49. First wicket went down when Gary Kirsten, trying to set off for a run, dislodged the bails. He was hit wicket off the bowling of Ambrose for 3. The score was 21. End of the 16th. 70 for 1 here at the National Stadium in Karachi. And the Coca-Cola drinks collie coming out onto the ground. So just 16 overs bowled by the West Indies in the first 70 minutes.
Setting up an industry is like a game of snakes and ladders. But not anymore. Now there's Weisbach Integrated Industrial Townships. Godgill Western, we make the world a better place. It is critical for both to know each other's limitation, to respond to the other's score, and it's 1996.
Nayan Mongia, ace keeper. Razor sharp vision. Lightning reflexes. Born to keep. New ambition. Square cricket gear. You never know what you can become.
मैजिक शायद ट्रैजिक ना रे नाना 50-50 शायद डिस्को शायद किसको ना रे नाना 50-50 Car Britannia 50-50 very tasty
Tonight on Star Plus, A Touch of Frost.
I've got something for you. Yeah, about the burglaries, but it'll cost.
Inspector Frost puts pressure on a police informer.
About these burglaries.
Just leave it, can't you?
That leads to another crime.
Natalie gave me their names and now she's dead.
And he uncovers a long list of suspects.
I did what I could for him.
They're innocent! Innocent!
A Touch of Frost tonight at 8 India on Star Plus.
At 5.73, as long as South Africa can keep that rate required just around 6 and over or just under, they'll be quite happy. You have to remember, when looking at that comparison, Lara was in for the West Indies. The whole complexion of the match changed when he got out. West Indies stumbled from 214 for 4 when Lara was out. And apart from a late flourish, they were struggling to get up to their 264. Everyone's getting involved. Another captain on the scene.
Yes, we've seen recently that Brian Lara likes to have his say in this West Indies side.
The West Indies keen to do very well here. They were embarrassed, particularly back home, by that defeat against Kenya. Their reputations are on the line in this match. Been some terrific contributions from the South Africans during this World Cup. They've won every match they've played. They had some early contenders for the Audi Most Valuable Player award. That'll be awarded after the semi-finals. The wicket-keeper's asking the question. Roger Harper got very excited about it. Umpire's unmoved.
Yes, Katie Francis looked as though it brushed the arm of Andrew Hudson as it lifted off the pad. Super slow-mo. Up onto the arm, and perhaps a glove. May just have brushed the glove as well.
That's a better sweep shot.
Back to the shot. Sweep, hits the pad, up onto the forearm, and then does it brush the glove just there? Difficult to see.
Shows how difficult the umpire's job is. If we need to have 3 looks at it and we're still not sure. The umpire just has 1 at normal speed. What do you think? That's another good over from Roger Harper. 74 for 1. The momentum has just been stopped for the moment. Here's Ian Bishop. Andrew Hudson's been in 77 minutes for his 41, faced 57 balls, 7 boundaries. That's over mid-off. That's going to go all the way to the fence.
I'm sure the West Indian fast bowlers are not used to being wafted over mid-off and over cover as they have been today, particularly Ian Bishop. Look at that, on the up, timing, all there and quite safe.
Hudson was on to the front foot in a hurry. Saw the ball was going to be pitched up. Beautiful, clean swing of the bat, carrying the ball high over mid-off. This is a great contest. Swings one way, then the other. Two men out on the boundary on the leg side. It's a no ball.
1 run taken, so the only benefit being the extra run. And Ian Bishop has a new face to bowl at. Daryl Cullinan moving ends. Well, I believe the capacity of this ground is something around 35,000, but the din that these people are making certainly sounds as though it could be double.
Yeah, it was a quiet start this morning. Hardly anybody in the ground, but with the news of the West Indies winning the toss and the prospect of coming to watch Brian Lara, the crowds have certainly come. They're sheltering in the rear of the stands out of the sun, very hot sun, and they're enjoying themselves. They're just about getting over the disappointment of Pakistan not progressing to the semi-finals. They're seeing a great cricket match here.
Looking for 2, and he's coming. Quite comfortable in the end.
Just the one success for the West Indies so far. Curtly Ambrose is the bowler. Have a close look at Gary Kirson's feet here. Plays the ball comfortably enough, and then setting off for the run, he just slips, and that's the result. A very unlucky dismissal, but it goes down in the bowling column against Curtly Ambrose. South Africa very nearly lost their second wicket when Andrew Hudson was facing Ian Bishop. Just the heel, just on the line, which is a no ball. Hudson didn't hear the call. He was through that shot. He was on his way back to the pavilion, and it was Brian Lara at first slip who said, "Get back there, mate, you're not out."
Well, South Africa choosing Daryl Cullinan to take the most important number 3 position, and one has to say the decision has been a success. One sees throughout the world the top batsmen are either in the number 3 position or perhaps opening, and Daryl Cullinan has been at number 4 all of the time in his international career, but today coming in and has dominated almost from the beginning.
That's a beautiful shot, straight down the ground. 10 runs coming from that Bishop over. It's 84 for 1.
Samsung's powerful technology.
There's plenty of room over the infield on the offside for those boundaries that Lee Irvin was talking about. The leg side boundary is pretty well patrolled.
Well, Roger Harper is bowling a very good line. He's keeping it on or on about the off stump, angling it in towards leg, so it's quite difficult without gambling. Sees here pitching roundabout off, moving in, and there are 3 men on the boundary on the leg side, so it'll be a little bit of a gamble to hit inside out against him at this stage.
Arthurton out there at deep mid-wicket. Andrew Hudson on to 49.
Moved nicely inside that one, Daryl Cullinan, but still only got one run. A lot of dust around at the moment. There's a strong breeze blowing from the university end. There's the sponsor's flag showing what I'm getting at. That's the main scoreboard. This will affect the batsman adjusting to the flight.
Just 3 off Harper's third over, 87 for 1. Not a wicket taker, as you can see in one-day cricket, but that's not a bad economy rate for a part-time bowler. He's only bowled 3 overs in this World Cup so far. But that was in a winning cause against Australia. West Indies played very well at Jaipur against the Australians. Really did give their confidence a boost when it was at its lowest ebb. Jimmy Adams bowls slow left arm. He'll be coming round the wicket. And he too is defending both the off and onside, but that'll get away for 4. That's a good start for South Africa off the part-timer.
And just what Jimmy Adams didn't want. He dropped it short. Daryl Cullinan very quick to adjust. He was going forward to begin with, then leaned back and smashed it past Brian Lara at backward point. No chance there, and a good boundary for South Africa.
Yes, the ball was so short that Cullinan had all the time in the world to adjust and cut it away. It's a better length. You've seen Roger Harper bowling the ball very slowly on this pitch. This is the 3rd match on it, remember. There's very little pace left in it. Ambrose is after this one. And a hopeless misfield. They could get back for 3.
Yes, he hardly touched the ball as he ran up, tried to pick it up with one hand. And the South Africans were able to change 2 into 3. The one hand and 7 of 2 deliveries. Correction 3 and now 4. Well, that's Andrew Hudson's 50, and delight in the South African camp. Also delight for Andrew Hudson, one of the nicer guys that plays cricket. 50 in 66 balls, containing 8 balls. Large number of boundaries, as can be expected on this fast field.
"20 overs completed, South Africa 96 for 1.
It is
South Africa within 4 runs of 100. They need to press on. They've batted very sensibly. It's been an excellent start for them. They've got the platform there. They need to get good runs against Harper and Adams and Arthurton if he comes on, and then pick off the seamers when they come back to try and keep things tight for the West Indies.
Yes, I would guess that the target would simply be 5 and over off Roger Harper. He is bowling nicely at the moment. If they get more than that, that's a bonus. But to pick up the extras off the part-timers like Jimmy Adams.
Lee, you were mentioning Cullinan coming in at 3. It seems to be the policy for this World Cup when South Africa are forced to chase runs, that Hansie Cronje, the captain, is going to take the responsibility down the order.
Yes, particularly because we've seen against the English that he was a bit susceptible to quick bowling outside off stump early on. And I think it's a wise decision to keep him back. When the ball's a bit older, ball coming through a little bit slower, he can then dominate and he can stabilise at the end. Of course, Brian McMillan does a similar job.
We've seen all varieties of sweep shots in this World Cup. The batsmen have been very reluctant to leave their creases because the ball has been turning so much on these pitches. They prefer to stay in their creases and adopt the sweep.
Yes, Andrew Hudson knows that he's got to sweep this one dead on square because there are two men back, one saving one and one on the boundary for the 4. So if he sweeps it in the normal way, he's only going to get one. So he must try and hit it square, and possibly that's why he's missing it. He's trying to hit it too hard and too straight.
Oh, Roger Harper's doing a magnificent job for his side. Just when the going was getting tough for the West Indies, he's come on and tightened things right up. He's conceded just 11 runs. Hudson's missed out again, just one run off the over, 97 for 1 from 21. And Steve Randall asking for the third umpire. Courtney Brown, almost as an afterthought, appealed here. Hudson has to have part of his foot grounded behind that line. You see the front of his foot there is bent. There is certainly something grounded behind the white line. For me, Lee, that is not out.
That looks in to me. That was why there was no great excitement from Brown. He just tried his luck.
Well, the third umpire, Corey, has asked to have another look at this. You can see there the foot bending back. I would have thought the batsman would have to be given the benefit of the doubt, and indeed he is.
But I must say it's very nerve-wracking for the batsman. Suddenly he begins to doubt whether he was back or not, and this is not a good system if it's going to take this long.
South Africa still stuck on 97. Another overs ticked by. The run rate creeps up towards 6 again. There's an enormous amount of talk going on out in the middle amongst the West Indies about where the field should be set for these slower bowlers.
Well, one of the dangers here is that Daryl Cullinan may get frustrated by Andrew Hudson getting tied down. May try to gamble too much with Jimmy Adams. Bowling over the wicket now. He found that Pat Simcox earlier on in the South African innings did the same. He bowled much better when he was over the wicket, pitching just outside leg stump. No chance of an LBW, but it does tie the batsman down.
Brown asks again, and again the answer is negative. Apart from Brian Lara, all the batsmen today have struggled against the spinners. He starts out well wide of leg stump. There'll just be one.
Of course, there's always the danger of the ball hitting the footmarks as well. There's dark patches just in front of Andrew Hudson, are the ones he's going to watch out for.
That would have been very tight indeed had the ball hit the wicket direct. Lara came in like lightning.
I'd go so far as to say he was out. Brian Lara really roaring in here like a sprinter and throwing it extremely hard. Andrew Hudson very slow to start, and look at that, a good metre away when the ball hit Jimmy Adams' hands, dropped it. Good stroke by Daryl Cullinan. Keith Arthurton out there, good flat throw.
100's up for South Africa. We're in the 22nd over. Bishop out there, long off. End of the 22nd, 101 for 1, South Africa. 2 to Andrew Hudson, 43 Daryl Cullinan, 101 for 1 after 22. In the commentary box now, Michael Holding and Tony Lewis.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. A terrific match building up here, and one suspects that South Africa might just have the sense and the good sense to take the runs as they come, build up the tempo, whereas West Indies went off like rockets and then suddenly fell apart. Could be the different styles will get both sides to the same total. We don't know, but there's a contrast in the style and the thinking of these two teams, and it's making a fascinating match. Roger Harper's doing a good job. Daryl Cullinan is on 43.
I would think South Africa are quite comfortable with the present position. 102 runs on the board. Just 1 wicket down. And what they have managed to do is to keep the asking rate below 6. That's very important.
That's a very subdued Michael Holding. Obviously he needs a wicket or two.
Yes, the West Indies certainly need a wicket or two. Here you see the required rate, still under 6. What the West Indies need to try and do is to get that over 6. And a wicket will help.
That's a big shot. It hits a gap. Well stopped. Well, one man ran for the ball. That's terrific fielding. That's Arthurton. Well, I'm not sure if the other fielder wasn't closer to the ball.
And the other fielder, I think, is Ian Bishop at the backward square. It is.
That was a good shot. The ball before last went to square leg, and Keith Arthurton ran around a long way, but just went about 10 or 15 yards to Big Bishop's left. The call is no. Just 3 runs off the over. Well bowled, Roger Harper. 104 for 1. Long one through mid-on. Well, there's no need for Daryl Cullinan to take any risk. I know he plays that shot very well. He loves to step over to the onside and drive to the off. There are only 4 fielders on the off.
Well, he's trying to go over the top of extra cover. We have 4 fielders on the offside, 2 of them in the deep, but one is pretty square and the other one straight. So if he goes over Roger Harper's head at extra cover, it will be 4 runs.
What he really is admitting is that Jimmy Adams is in a groove there. He's pulling quite a good line. Smack on leg stump. That'll be tight. 2 off the over. 106 to 1.
Samsung's powerful
Rovers. Now, when West Indies were racing away with it, suddenly South Africa clawed their way back. Some excellent bowling by Brian McMillan, Craig Matthews. And West Indies just having a few good overs, then they needed them.
Looking for 2 runs here. Chandra Paul, the fielder. Well, the West Indies have achieved their first target. That's to get the asking rate over 6. The next thing they've got to do is to get a wicket.
It's interesting that they've done that with the bowling of Harper and Adams, when many would have betted before the match that the faster bowlers would have done that. That looked quite straight, but it was a no ball.
Lack of discipline in the West Indian bowlers again. Ian Bishop bowled Andrew Hudson earlier on with a no ball, and now Roger Harper, the spinner, bowling a no ball when that could so easily have been an LBW decision.
Harper always very difficult, of course, because he bowls off the front toe, really. He's not one of those who bowls with the foot flat on the ground and gradually going up. He seems to bowl off that front toe.
A wide signal by KT Francis there. Roger Harper, you said, Tony always trying to get pretty high. Has a pretty high delivery these days. It fell away quite a bit in the middle of his career, but that right arm is getting high again.
That's miles in the air, and it's 6 all the way. Terrific blow by Cullinan. And that's Darrell Cullinan's 50. What a brilliant way to get there. He just must have sensed that his team needed that. Swung it away with whatever spin there was.
That was a good blow. Just one shot and they're back up to what they needed.
Well, there was an element of risk, I suppose. He middled it. It went miles over the boundary, but it went right over the head of Chandra Paul, which down a wide mid-on.
Take another look at that. Went a long way up, but also had distance on it, clearing the boundary.
Darrell Cullinan has always been a man of immense talent, and if he has disappointed, it used to be said by even his friends in South Africa that he wasn't wired up properly, that he'd somehow play the silly shot, give a potentially outstanding innings away, but he hasn't today. That was a big shout. Was that for a stumping? Again we call for third umpire. Cullinan certainly on the stretch this time.
Well, the first one was a bit close. Let's see what this one looks like. Another close one. Foot on the line again. Was any part of his foot behind the line?
Now then, let's see where the foot was at the precise moment that the bail came off. Just back.
Courtney Brown did good work there to get the bails off. But always very difficult with the ball, or rather with the foot on the line like that.
Great throw. Good fielding. 115 for 1.
Who do you think is the one?
Just the single down to wide long off. An easy 2 to backward deep point. So 5.95, just under 6 again. 25 overs and 2 balls, halfway there virtually. That's in the air. Is out, is caught. Courtney Walsh, the catcher. Well, that is just what West Indies wanted, but still fine progress by South Africa. 119 for 2. And this is Andrew Hudson.
Looking to clear a long on, Andrew Hudson. Not quite making it. Courtney Walsh, the man down at long on, taking the catch. Not a lot of ground to cover, just got behind it and took it quite comfortably. West Indies needed that wicket. South Africa 119 for 2.
I'm sure what he's saying now to Darrell Cullinan is there really is no need to go whacking the ball in the air to fielders, but clearly you have to keep playing your shots. 6 and over is a fair requirement. Cronje himself will have to get in there. What a good job the spinners have done for West Indies.
Signalled a bye by umpire Randall. Well, this was a fall of Andrew Hudson. Could see that he didn't quite get hold of it. The face of the bat opening up at the point of impact. Courtney Walsh, the man doing the catching.
Yes, he might have been aiming that a little wider, I think, towards mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket and deep. As Michael Holding said, the bat just opened a little, it went a lot straighter. Caught it long on. Adams' line has now wandered outside off leg stump, as we were. 121 for 2. 21 for 2, 26 overs bowled. After this, Jonty Rhodes, Brian McMillan, Stephen Polperman. Plenty of batting to come, but plenty of good sense to come. That's what South Africa will need. And it's hard to say about West Indies. They'll need a lot of cool out there in a really hot day in Karachi.
This again is a fall of Andrew Hudson. Used his feet quite well there, trying to get to the pitch of the ball, didn't quite make it. A confident Courtney Walsh.
Third man goes finer. A short third man, that is. Cronje says yes, and takes an easy single. Yes, you can imagine the South African captain going out there and saying to Darrell Cullinan, for goodness sake, don't give it away. What a sharp bit of turn there.
Yes, Roger Harper certainly is getting the ball to spin a bit. We expected that, especially later on in the innings. 76 overs already bowled on this pitch.
Well, he looked for two. It's a long run in from the boundary for Chanderpaul. It's quite a sprint for that little man there. Still only one run. Well stopped. West Indian fielding is holding up.
Not too sure if a left-hander should be in that position though, Tony. I think the West Indies would be better served with a right-hander because the balls will be going to Jimmy Adams' right. Not much chance of him running anyone out with the ball going there.
No! 125 for two. So Jimmy Adams has bowled 4 overs, 27 in all. And more conversations about field placing, where it is absolutely essential to get this right. And as Mikey Holding's been saying, to get the men with the right hand and the left hand in the appropriate positions. At least Jimmy Adams knows this for certain, Mike, that he wants to bowl on leg stump to the right-handers, and that really helps the captain no end.
That's for sure. Well, things have been going quite well for Jimmy Adams so far. I'm not too sure why he would want to change anything. Seems as if there are going to be a few changes taking place. Not too sure if it's going to be a change in position or just a change of personnel in the positions. Roger Harper, who was on the offside, now coming onto the onside.
I'm not sure if Roger Harper is pleased with it all, but he walks off the deep mid-wicket boundary. Holder moves across to the offside. Harper was at cover. I think it'll need a West Indian to explain all this to me. Well, it's an extra man on the offside. That's what it is. Extraordinary looking field on the onside.
Well, Jimmy Adams had been going quite well with the original field. Now he has 4 on the onside, 3 of them pretty deep, and 5 on the offside, 3 inside the circle.
So there's one there anytime he wants. Jimmy's going to go and run after it. It's all good stuff. Well, you can't accuse him of not thinking about his game, but he has got an ocean of space there on the onside. They've clearly changed it by Hansi Cronje. Is he saying, well, let's give Cullinan 1 and let's bowl to the new batsman? That's a subtlety we haven't actually considered at the moment. Five on the onside now. A single threw it off.
Well, the singles aren't very difficult to get off Jimmy Adams, so I'm not too sure why they should be giving Cullinan singles, because Cronje just gets a single and then Cullinan is back on strike. That would be 6 runs per over.
There's been a fascinating sequence of fiddling with the field there. We'll try and work it out as we go along. Terrific blow that. 6 over extra cover. It didn't matter where the fielders were. It didn't matter which line he bowled. He was almost standing up mid-wicket when he struck it.
Yes, Cullinan gave himself quite a lot of room there. The ball was well wide of leg stump, but still managed to hit it over extra cover. A very good blow, just over the ropes.
And there's one there. Bit of a fumble. It was a scamper in the end. I've described that huge gap at mid-wicket.
I think this would have been pretty close, really. West Indies have had quite a few opportunities to get wickets, but keep on fumbling. That would have been out, whether he had hit it on the full or whether Adams had gathered it.
So an over ago, I was able to say how coolly West Indies were in the field. Not so cool. 134 for 2.
Gary Kirsten, the runner, and Richie Richardson trying to keep the pressure on the South Africans. He's going to bring Curtly Ambrose back into the attack. Splendid spell of 7 overs for 27 from Roger Harper. But Richardson has decided to use Ambrose in the middle of the innings. I think that has to be good thinking, Jeffrey.
Well, it's also very good thinking because he knows that the South African captain is a pretty good player of spinners. He feels comfortable when they're on. Now, Curtly, as I mentioned before, nobody hits Curtly around too easily. He's that sort of bowler. He's likely to get you a wicket as well as Curtly Ambrose, and that would make life even more difficult for South Africa. South Africa are not out of it, but they've one hell of a lot to do yet.
It's at this time that the pressure builds on the side batting second. 265 they need, South Africa. The run rate just going to click above 6 runs and over. There are problems then for the batting side. Ambrose right on the mark straight away. There's another opportunity for you to acquire a fantastic piece of cricket memorabilia. This is the Golden Greats bat, limited edition of 1,000. 14 individual signatures on this limited edition bat. $1,000 US, including delivery and the presentation case, and we'll give you the phone numbers in the next over where you can order that bat. And there's just that single off Curtly Ambrose's over. It's 135 for 2. I was telling you about the Golden Greats bat. Now you can order this by ringing these phone numbers. In Australia, 1800 023 029. New Zealand, 0800 445522. And in South Africa, 0800 99 3044. That's gone fine. Lara's herring after it. Three runs.
Well, he half played for this. You could say it's a little bit lucky. It was, but it was nicely played. He deliberately stayed onside, opened the face. And then the umpires are just checking to see this is a fair stop. And it is. It's very fair indeed.
The long off coming into the circle. Try and keep Cronje on strike. Some turn there for Adams. He's pitching it into that rough outside the right-hander's leg stump.
Well, it's been smart thinking this by Jimmy Adams, bowling over the wicket, into the bowler's foot marks. Just a little bit of turn there.
And it's worth remembering that this is the third match to be played on this pitch, so there is a bit of rough there.
Well, that's a poor shot, really turning it against the spin when he's seen what happened to the previous ball he played, the one that his captain played as well. So if you're getting inside out, hitting him straight, long off.
And if you can't get your Golden Greats bat on the phone numbers I gave you, this is a universal one. 00612 565 3777.
All right, Bishop!
That's down a long off. Bishop's there and he's taken the catch. Cullinan goes. The West Indies celebrate. That's a vital wicket for the West Indies. Cullinan's gone for 69. South Africa now are 140 for 3.
Well, good bowling by Jimmy Adams. He's bowled into that rough, teased and tantalised the batsman until Cullinan's had to go down the ground, which I advocated, but he got it a little bit under it. He got a little bit of height on it, which allowed Bishop, who was wide long off, to run around. Absolute joy and ecstasy for West Indies. Very good knock, but 140 for 3.
For the South Africans, back in the side, played in the first 3 games, then got a hamstring injury himself and missed the rest of the qualifying stages. He's back today, did a great job in the field. Fairly modest average in one-day cricket, but you have to remember, batting at 5 and 6, you're often a kamikaze pilot. And just the one notable score against England, a very valuable 37. 20 overs left. Jimmy Adams was always going to have a hard task today as the 5th bowler. He's used his brain, he's bowled into that rough outside the right-hander's leg stump. Cullinan coming down the wicket to him, trying to launch it over long off. That's a good catch from Ian Bishop.
Yes, and some smart captaincy here from Richie Richardson. He's brought 6 men to save the single to the new batsman. The new batsman here, because Daryl Cullinan got under it a little bit. He spooned it up in the air. It was up a long time for Bishop to run round. If he'd have got it a little bit lower, skimming, he'd have got 4 for it, but he just scooped it.
Ambrose tightening the screw. What do you suppose Jimmy Adams saw about that wicket, Geoffrey?
Exactly that. Ecstasy. Big match for them. After some of the cricket they've played in this World Cup, after beating Australia was really poor, way below their ability. Oh, a bowl. Tempted Yorker.
The jitters are setting in for the chasing side. West Indies are fielding brilliantly. Ambrose is bowling brilliantly. The pressure is on the batsman.
Isn't it nice to see eventually a West Indian side bowling, fielding, batting with such passion, such emotion? You can see the unity in the side. The opportunity is there. Jimmy Adams can't believe it, how he missed. Look at it, he could almost have run him out. How could I miss it? Oh! No wonder he was holding his head in his hands. What I'm impressed about, though, and I'm sure all the West Indian supporters who are watching this will be, is how the West Indies are playing as a unity. They really are helping each other, clapping each other, applauding good things. That's been missing for quite some time.
That's very tight. The third umpire will be in action again here. Jonty Rhodes is about the quickest man on the field. But did he judge this right?
Well, if he's made a mistake here, it really is a big mess. He can't afford to lose another wicket so quickly. He's got a good arm as Bishop. Big man, strong, are usually a fast bowlers. It's coming in fairly quick. Oh, I'd like to see that again. I'll bet the third umpire will. He'll want to look at that again.
Well, we're used to that Jonty Rhodes dive from the last World Cup. Then he was in the field running out Inzamam at Brisbane. He's got the dive out again. Brown's got to take the ball into the stumps there. He's made it. Jonty Rhodes airborne, and he had to get airborne.
Oh, that was tight. If he'd have been out there, that would have been a big blow to South Africa.
Rhodes just being told to cool it by his captain. It was a very ambitious second run. He's just sneaked in. Interestingly, Hansi Cronje took Jonty Rhodes aside at the end of the over and said, "Now, just steady down a bit. We don't need a run out now. Try and settle down. It's a time for cool heads, not run outs." Nearly 6.5 and over. In a one-day situation, Jeffrey, how do you combat Adams' tactics bowling into that rough?
I think you've got to sweep him. This is the run out again. That's how difficult it is for umpires. So tight. But they're glad they've got the camera work. Good shot, good shot. Moved down the wicket, down the pitch, eased it through the covers. Bad ball from Jimmy Adams, full toss. Just when they've got South Africa under pressure, he gives them an easy ball. This will always happen with the occasional bowler. You can't expect him to be quite as accurate under pressure as a major bowler. I think West Indies have to look to take apart the weaker bowler. They've let Jimmy Adams get on to something like a decent length. Good smart move, bowling into the rough. But they should have had a plan to go after Adams or maybe Atherton if he bowls. Not let them bowl 10 overs at a reasonable amount of runs.
There's the sweep, but there's a man there. That's Lara. Who'd be a captain in this situation? Richie Richardson, keeping his cool.
I think he also gives it plenty of height, does Jimmy Adams. Quite a bit of flight. You've got to keep looking to get down the pitch and get him on the full. When he tosses it up, sometimes you've got to get down and belt him on the full, and then sometimes sweeping. You've got to upset his line and his length a bit. .147 for 3.
Courtney Walsh on. He's bowling at the pavilion end. Cronje's on strike. He's on 12, Rhodes has 2.
I think these two have to try and get a runner ball. I mean, take the odd 4 ball if they get one, hit it. But they've got to get the scoreboard ticking over while they get themselves in, while they get a little bit settled. It's all been so frantic in the last half an hour, 40 minutes, so much happening. We want some cool heads, some common sense thinking. I know that's easier said than actually played, but that's what they've got to do.
Rhodes get through easily, another misfield from Ambrose. He's breathtakingly quick between the wickets, Rhodes.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing. He did it a little bit harder than I would have thought, but tip and run a bit. Try and rattle the West Indies fielders, but they've got to be careful because 1 or 2 of them are pretty quick and pretty smart. You can take an odd single to Ambrose here and there, but 1 or 2 others, you've got to pick your man carefully.
Well, we've seen some great contests in this 1996 Wills World Cup. We've yet to have a really tight finish. Will it be today? This match is on a knife edge here. Still McMillan, Polframan, Pollock, Matthews, Simcox and Adams to come for South Africa. But we've seen those wickets tumble before. We saw the West Indies wickets tumble. The world's premier all-rounder in next. And there's plenty of batting there. Pollock very capable, so too Polframan. Paul Adams down at number 11 has changed the course of a test match with the bat for South Africa. 150 up for South Africa. Rhodes has missed the boat there, but he's going to get back for 2. Arthurton throwing to the bowler's end. End of the 33rd over. 152 for 3. The West Indies had 189 after 33 overs. The drinks come onto the ground at the National Stadium. There's 17 scintillating overs left. .39 so far.
Yes, he's creating a lot of problems, this bowling over the wicket, isn't he? Bowling into the rough. You mentioned, Bob, that this pitch has been played on 3 times now. There's a little bit of wear and tear there. They start off to the pitches in Pakistan very dry, almost cracked, almost over-prepared. So you're going to get a bit of turn, predictable turn, but it's still something there for the bowlers to work on. Nancy Cronje likes to get down the pitch to the spinners and hit them over the top, but he's finding it not so easy with Adams coming left arm over the wicket.
That's a good-looking shot. Ambrose can't cut it off. Jimmy Adams just doesn't have the control to bowl an over of good deliveries. There's always a chance.
Yeah, I think you've got to be a good sweeper, whatever else. As soon as he pitches outside leg stump, you've got to take advantage of it.
.156 for 3. South Africa can keep these wickets intact and keep their cool. There's still a good chance for them. A couple of quick wickets and it may well quickly be all over for them. still well behind the West Indies. But that was before the mayhem of their mid-wicket collapse after Lara's splendid 111. Walsh is short.
Yes, Courtney Walsh today seems to be either right up or a bit too short. Seems to know in between length. It's difficult when you're used to banging the ball in short of a length as a fast bowler. You can't bowl too short because they'll wide you if it goes over the shoulder. You can't bowl down leg side or offside with any width. You've got to bowl with control.
.264 the West Indies posted. It looked like being a lot more than that at one stage. Chanderpaul and Lara, a magnificent partnership, putting on 138 runs to the second wicket. And then the collapse in the middle. 264 for 8 from their 50. So wide open spaces there. It's a long chase for Keith Arthur, and he cut it off all right.
Yes, if South Africa are going to get this target, they need 2 or 3 really good overs. Get 12 or 14, something of that range, of 3 overs. Then it brings that rate down from 6.8. Get it down to 6s, then it's manageable. But they just need 2 or 3 without losing wickets. Somebody's got to do something just a little bit special.
Ambrose fields cleanly this time. Just feeling that groin muscle there, Curtly Ambrose, as he stretched to field that. Just stretching it off there. That must be a wide. Walsh not causing the same problems that Ambrose did in his 2 comeback overs. This really is a fantastic cricket match. Plenty of wickets in hand for the South Africans. Nice controlled stroke from Rhodes. Crowds built up throughout the day. They came to see Brian Lara bat. But not only did they see a feast of runs from him, they're seeing a quite splendid one-day cricket match here. This is the 3rd quarter-final. Australia and New Zealand locking horns in Madras. Adams, the only man inside the circle on the leg side. 15 overs to go, it's 163 for 3. And from the university end, bowling his 9th over. There's 2 left from Adams. What can South Africa do with them? Here to tell you are Michael Holding and Robin Jackman.
Thank you, Bob. This game really coming to a head now. Nearly 7 and over the asking rate, and that with men posted on the boundary. We've seen 100 scored in 15 overs in this tournament already, but that's been in the first 15 overs with compulsory 9 men in the ring. Rhodes goes for the single and makes it. We haven't had too many real cliffhangers in this World Cup. In fact, I can't think of one. This might be the first, Michael.
Might be. We haven't seen any, as you said, Robin. I don't think we have had very close finishes throughout this tournament, not even anything going into the last 2 or 3 overs. Jimmy Adams getting a bit of turn out of the rough. He has bowled consistently in that rough. Look at the dust.
Lack of pace on the ball allows a single. Obviously a little bit of bat, but more pad than anything else. And it just rolled far enough away from Courtney Brown. Take him out of the picture, and not far enough to Brian Lara. Just 2 off the over so far. And we'll make it 3. What a very good over from Jimmy Adams. 166 for 3. Five bowlers used so far by Richie Richardson. Ambrose, brilliant. Walsh, fair enough. Bishop, a little expensive. Harper, brilliant. And Adams has certainly done the job that he was asked to do. Done it very well. Here's trouble. But he stayed in the right place. Cronje, to have hit the stumps, he would have had to take him one in the back of the head.
Well, that's one of the things that they tell you. Make sure you get yourself between the ball and the stumps. Good fielding by Courtney Walsh. But look at Cronje. Pretty much in line with the stumps. Very difficult to hit them. Courtney Walsh has what I would think is the right field at this stage. So mid-off and mid-on, right back to long off and long on, and bowl on a full length.
Yeah, the only place he can't stray is leg side, fine legs up. He wants the ball driven down the ground. West Indies would settle comfortably for 1 a ball now, because the rate is 7.5. And in the latter stages, it just jumps out more and more and more.
And this is that close call again for Hansi Cronje. Taking off immediately, hit the ball. Courtney Walsh doing good fielding, but he didn't have much chance in hitting those stumps with Cronje in the way.
Forced him to throw it wide, really. He's hit it for 6. Lifeblood back into the South African side. They need a few more of those, as Geoffrey Boycott was saying. They need 2 or 3 good overs to get back in this game.
Another short ball and another boundary, this time over the boundary. The West Indian bowlers certainly haven't learned that they're not to bowl short on this pitch. That brought a smile to Cronje's face. Why not? That's bad bowling, but a very good shot.
Good camera work too. He's done it again. That's in the hole, and 6 more. Now then. Another smile. Jubilation for some of the fans. Big smile.
Another very good shot. Courtney Walsh on this occasion attempting the slow delivery, but still not the right length. And a big heave over wide long on. That went a bit further than the previous one.
That's the length.
Well, one wonders why every delivery isn't aimed at that length with a result like that. Short ball, 2 6s. Well pitched up, duck eggs. What's the story?
Control, I guess. That was the right line too, wasn't it, Michael? Off stump is the line he has to bowl it. Off stump and full. He's got protection, long off. Deep cover boundary man. He got away with that a little. That only went for 1. That could have gone for 4. 179 for 3, South Africa. .86 from 13. Suddenly it's tenable. I think Cronje is pretty important here, though. He's got to be there at the end. New men coming in, having to suddenly score at nearly 7 is a tough call. 203 for 2, the West Indies were. South Africa 179. That isn't as alarming as it might seem. West Indies only managed 84 runs in their last 18 overs, 16 of those in the last. What really matters is 6.7 runs and over. That's all you need to look at. Those comparisons go out the window. Keith Arthurton is going to deny Adams his full quota for the first time ever.
From a particular end, and you build up a certain rhythm, you prefer to continue bowling from that end because you're not too sure exactly how you're going to be running up from the other end, if there's a slight slant in the run-up, a bit uphill or downhill, so you stick to the same end. Perhaps that's the reason why Rich Richardson has done this.
Courtney Walsh, man in question, started at the university end and then had that over that went for 13 when he switched. One. $80 runs. 11 overs and 4 balls, and this will be at least 2. No, it won't. That's good fielding.
Well, I didn't notice a signal from umpire KT Francis there. Let's see what happened. Certainly pitched in the rough and bounced. Well, I'm not so sure if that hit the bat.
That's twice in this over. Jimmy Adams has aborted. Nearly 7 and over. Hit that very hard in the air, and he's out. That's the big wicket that West Indies wanted. They won't feel home and dry yet, but they'll feel very, very nearly there. Marvellous catch. It's never easy to come into the ball and catch it low down.
Yes, that was a very difficult catch. The ball was hit very hard indeed. Didn't go a long way up. Was pretty flat. Very difficult to judge whether the ball would have carried or would have fallen short. But a good catch taken by Keith Arthurton. West Indies certainly needed that one, and he knows how vital a catch that was. 186 for 4, South Africa.
Brian McMillan, the man that South Africa have asked to take their team home. Daunting task. He'll be reasonably pleased that the spinners are out of the way. He'd rather face seam bowlers. Not on strike yet, of course. 2 batsmen crossed. But a huge, huge wicket for the West Indies, that of Cronje. He's such a dangerous player. Averaging 25. Batting at 7 most of his career. He scored 100 at number 3 against Zimbabwe earlier on in the year, or in the season I should say. I say the spinners are out of the way. Of course Arthurton can carry on bowling, and probably will for the time being anyway. Rhodes has got this away square in the gap. Brilliantly stopped by Arthurton. Now, have another look at that. Blimey, looked like Brian Giggs.
That was good fielding by Arthurton, but he was very close to those ropes. Let's see if any part of his body was over the ropes when he touched it the second time. Certainly not the first time. Well, that was close. His right leg was off, but not really on the ground. I think we have to take a very good look at this again. He's off the field there. Left leg kicks the ball. His right leg is in the air, so it's safe. That was good cricket.
All you Manchester United supporters out there, of course, I did mean to say Ryan Giggs. Carried away with the excitement. Tremendous bit of fielding, that.
And Jimmy Adams has done a very good job for the West Indies. This is the last wicket that he got, that of Hansi Cronje, the South African captain. A very good wicket, a good catch. That was Adams' third wicket. 3 very vital wickets at that.
This is Arthurton. Hansi Cronje will be sitting in the dressing room saying to himself, I either had to roll those wrists right over and hit it down, or I had to just try and hit it harder and higher. Tremendous. And he knows how crucial it is. Well, they build this game as the game it's turned out to be. Who knows who the winner might be, and who knows that if the West Indies should win, what sort of margin. It might be a greater margin than one might think, but up to now it's been an absolute humdinger. 7.5, 7 rather, nearly 7. It's sensible from Rhodes. At some stage, South Africa are going to require another couple of good overs. It's a bit early days yet. Another little bit of regrouping. 13 and 23 balls, Jonty Rhodes.
South Africa certainly can't afford to lose another wicket at this stage.
Now the fielder, Ambrose, is that down there, was a bit slow going for that. And not a great throw to boot. Sorry, Kirtley. Ian Bishop. Look for 2 and get it. That's nicely played, sensibly played.
And Brian McMillan hasn't really come good with the bat yet for South Africa in this tournament. His team certainly needs him to do that now. Scoring at just over a run a ball, with just the 5 balls faced.
.196 for 4. This game coming to a conclusion which could be very, very exciting indeed. A lot of time being taken in setting the field. Roger Harper returns bowled marvellously earlier on, tying up Cullinan and Hudson after they'd taken their toll on the seamers. So Richardson's mixed it around, changed it around. He's not let batsmen settle against any particular bowler. One thing I will tell you that Jonty Rhodes will try and do, and that's sweep him. It doesn't take a genius to tell you that. Wonder how many balls it'll take. .54 onside field. 2 saving, 1 on the offside. 2 on the on, 3 on the boundary, on the leg. He's hit it up in the air. This will be out as well. Yeah. Didn't really get it anywhere near the middle of the bat. And the West Indies are now definitely in the shallow end on the way to dry land.
Another good wicket for the West Indies. Roger Harper brought back into the attack. The slow bowlers have been doing the job. Jonty Rhodes going for the big hike over the mid-wicket boundary. Didn't quite get hold of it, didn't hit it far enough. And Jimmy Adams taking a very good catch. And isn't he happy? He has had a good game, Jimmy Adams. It's 196 for 5.
He's 22 years of age. He won't be facing just yet because the batsman crossed. Averaging 32, played a gem of a little innings against Pakistan when it wasn't quite all over, and he just secured the win for South Africa with his captain, Hansie Cronje. He's got to do more than that today. Didn't bat in the first 2 matches, just 12 against England, and the innings I was referring to just now against Pakistan. It's a big appeal, and out, LBW! McMillan plays right back onto his stumps, and Harper's done it again, and he's on a hat-trick.
That was always going to be the danger to Roger Harper. He has not left those stumps on too many occasions. Van McMillan playing back, looking to tickle that ball down to the fine leg region, and missed. There's not much doubt in this. Right back. Well, there is no doubt at all about that. It would have hit halfway up mid-stump. 196 for 6. Well, Steel Palfreyman, the wicket-keeper, is a new batsman. And he's here because Roger Harper has been doing a very good job for his team. The opening batsmen and the slow bowlers are having a good World Cup. This is Roger Harper's time. Caught at the deep mid-wicket boundary by Jimmy Adams. And if that wasn't good enough, well, the very next ball, Brian McMillan playing back right in front of mid-stump and missing. That's 2 in 2. Here comes the third ball.
Hat-trick avoided. Well, there's so much talk about the fat lady, and game's not over till she stops singing. I reckon she's running out of breath at the moment. Brilliant bowling figures. Did wonderful work when he bowled earlier.
A lot of work for Palfreyman. Now, Sean Pollock, his partner. 6 wickets down. They can't afford to take too many chances. I think they could well use that 28 he made against England.
Out! Brilliantly caught, diving to his left. 3 wickets in and over. Roger Harper has taken this game by the scruff of the neck and driven the West Indies into the semi-finals.
That was excellent cricket from Roger Harper. We were saying a game previously that Roger Harper had lost a lot of the sparkle in the field. He had dropped a few catches, but look at this. He has come right when he was really needed. That is a good catch. Made sure he put his hand on the ground and knocked the ball. You don't need anything better than that. It's 198 for 7.
The man making his way to the wicket. There's just one more ball of this over to be bowled, and to describe it to you, Geoffrey Boycott with Tony Lewis.
3 wickets in the over, 2 runs, an incredible over. The switch round. Wicket, wicket, 1-1, wicket. Three wickets, 3 runs off the over, 199 for 7. Eight overs, 3 for 30. Terrific over that. Geoffrey Boycott.
Well, it's the spinners that have done it for West Indies. Roger Harper's 3 wickets, Adams' wickets. South Africa have not played the spinners that well. Brilliant catch, but the spinners have tied them down, and they've made the batsmen make mistakes. Been slow turn, you'd expect, from a pitch that's been played on 3rd time this. And no wonder they're over the moon. Terrific performance.
So, where are we? Where are we? Terrific atmosphere here. Arthurton over the wicket. .66 from 53 balls. And there's one of them. Richie Richardson. It's all looked so possible, Jeff, hasn't it? But the loss of wickets and the loss of 3 in 1 over been a real turnaround.
Well, South Africa haven't played the spinners very well, and the spinners for West Indies, good captaincy by Richie Richardson. He brought them into the game fairly early after a good spell by Curtly Ambrose, and they just tied them down. They've not been able to keep up the scoring rate, been able to get a few runs, but they've never been able to get enough. And it doesn't matter what these two do, the game's over now as far as South Africa are concerned. It would need a fantastic innings to get South Africa home, and I don't think even their best supporters are anticipating. Pollock can bat, but you wouldn't class Simcox and Adams. Matthews can flail through on the offside, but it's a tall order.
Terrific stuff there. It's just a celebration, I think, for cricket as much as for West Indies, because when all is said and done, it was South Africa who won the hearts of Pakistanis.
What I don't understand, though, Tony, is how they keep it up all day. Where do they get the energy from? For an hour, maybe, but not all day.
Well, I think there's a renter band out there as well, with a lot of drums. We've had several hundred renderings of Island in the Sun. But this is what World Cup cricket should all be about. Appreciation of other countries, how they play the game, and how they compete with each other. 202 for 7. I do have the funny feeling that they might have hopped over the fence to the other side if South Africa were winning this. That's what I mean about a celebration for cricket. It's nice to be on the winning side. The other side of those posters make different reading altogether, Jeff.
Yes, I mean, for you and I, Tony, as Englishmen, we're neutral in this South Africa-West Indies contest, but what's been a joy for me as a cricket lover is watching the West Indies pull together for once. They've been so disorganised for a long time.
Even Jeff Boycott's getting carried away here, calling me an Englishman, but there we go.
Well, I think he was you captained England to India anyhow. They didn't say you were captain of Wales.
I think they only picked me because I had a Welsh accent and the Indians understood me better than any Englishman they could send. Roger Harper. Big hit, but not very far.
Oh, it's been a joy to watch, though, the West Indies encouraging each other, showing the joy that they used to show, chasing everywhere with so much passion and emotion. If they play like this, they're a match for anybody, because they are now a unit. I wonder if they could win this game and then carry it through to the next big one.
But I described them as the rogue side in this competition. They were bad enough to lose to Kenya and good enough to beat Australia.
Well, I think they should have a meeting every match and clear the air if this is what it does to them. These are just a few little runs here and there, but they're not making any big impression on the total, and South Africa. West Indies have got them. They've worked jolly hard today and they've got them. Wonderful performance they've given.
Well, I've never considered South Africa to be a side beaten when there are only 7 wickets down. But every ball now, every dot ball is a doom ball for South Africa. Well, I wouldn't like to be a seat round here either. I thought it was tough enough being a horse in Pakistan, but a seat. 206 for 7.
He's not a particularly good striker of the ball.
That's into a space. They're on the second. Two runs. Now there you see what overs are available to Richie Richardson. 2 from Ambrose. They'll go for that. Bishop's got plenty. Courtney hasn't had a good day. But the real surprise to me is that we're looking at Adams and Arthurton, who came into the ground this morning and say that crucial bowling, say 15, 16 overs would come from Arthurton and Adams. It'd be difficult to believe that stage. Well, this is so Caribbean, isn't it? When they're on top, they bounce.
Yeah, they've risen to the occasion. They were dead and buried after that Kenya match, in disarray. Little cliques amongst them, seemed to be arguing. But they had that meeting and cleared the air. They got a real kick up the backside. Their supporters at home were disillusioned and angry with them.
Fine hit. 4 runs. Nicely placed between deep mid-wicket and long on.
Yes, I'm just a bit surprised why he's keeping Keith Arthurton on. He's very much a fill-in bowler. I think I'd be looking to get Ambrose back and Walsh.
Nicely played by Pollock. 1 more run. 214 for 7. 51 more runs from 36 balls. 214 for 7. In the 45th over. Just beginning. Roger Harper's the man. Roger Harper the man who took 3 wickets in a single over. The 41st over, which really swung the match towards West Indies. Terrific effort. 6, a big 6. Now that's the style of South Africa.
Yeah, this is why I'd have been keen to get Ambrose back into the attack. He's not as easy to hit. They've got to go now while they've got Harper 1 more over. I think if you get Ambrose into the attack and then the spinner bowls right at the end, the 50th over, it may be too late for South Africa. But here, they've got a chance to go after the spinner. There's 6 balls to get stuck into him. I really think Ambrose is the man now.
Well, it does mean that South Africa are getting closer to their objective. Another big hit, miles into the stands. Cracking 6. Pat Simcox. Can this game be rewritten at this late stage? Hitting with a spin, Perfectly good strokes, ball kept well up.
Yeah, and you've always got a chance to hit. If a spinner's on, you can set yourself, whack it away. I think he'll rue keeping Harper on. He's done the damage with Adams in particular. I think this was a moment to change the bowling. You must get your big gun in. 2 good overs for Ambrose, and that total would have just been totally out of reach for them.
39 from 34. And if you remember, it was Pat Simcox who suffered. He's an off-spinner, suffered from Brian Lara. 2 for 64 off 10. Had a one very painful over from Brian Lara. Better bowled.
Well bowled, right up in the block hole. You can't give him any more lob balls to smack into the crowd. See, nearly on his toe end. You've got to bowl 3 more of those. Finish the over off right up. Don't toss him up anything. Don't give him a chance.
Whose side are you on?
I'm on the side of what the bowler should be doing. Doesn't matter to me who wins. But I just think it's wrong to be tossing up spinners. It can't be good cricket thinking.
Not a time to make a tactical mistake here for West Indies. And that's a big hit. It'll be caught though. It will be. Roger Harper just playing with the air, a little slower. Jimmy Adams is the man at deep mid-wicket. And we've seen super catches out there today, 3 of them. 2 by Adams, 1 by Arthurton. Sean Pollock's a little bit annoyed, but what else could he do?
Well, which schoolmaster told us all catches win matches? That's what it's all about. The pressure's on, the ball is up there. Quite simple, really, in a way, but under the pressure of do you go through to the semi-final or not, then they are very, very important catches. 227 for 8.
Craig Matthews is out there now, joining Simcox, and they've had a little chat. 1 more ball from this Harper over. Well, he doesn't want to go for another 6, does he?
No, I think he's got to pitch it up in the block hole. I mean, that's a bonus, getting somebody caught out on the boundary. Well, he could easily have gone for a 3rd 6, and then they would have been panicking with West Indies. That's it, get it up in the block hole, right into his feet. Good bowling, good thinking, smart. 227 for 8. Well, he bowled another orthodox spinner. And it was Pollock this time that went for the big hit. He's got a fair amount of bat on it, but maybe he's just not as powerful as his partner Simcox. Again, I think it's the wrong length, because that could have gone out of the park. That would have been 3 6s then. It would have been a runner ball, basically.
Ten overs completed. 4 wickets at 47. Superb contribution, including one brilliant caught and bowled. Well, it's still to be Arthurton. Fiddling around with the spinners, inviting the big hits, 38 required from 30 balls. So Craig Matthews gets his first ball. .38 from 29. South Africa have been so well prepared and so meticulous about the way they played the game. They've never been under pressure, though. Never been under real pressure.
They'll be cheering every dot ball in the West Indies. They'll be up in the early hours.
Well, they'll be up in South Africa too. They'll be up all over the world, no doubt. And why not? This is a terrific cricket match. There's no way that Pat Simcox has given this up. All he said to Craig Matthews is just work a 1 And I'll see if I can land the ball over the boundary again for you.
Yeah, he's not quite as easy to hit though, Keith Arthurton. He bowls little skiddy balls. He doesn't toss it up like Harper. He bowls little seamers. He's not trying to do much. Sometimes he's very small, so he's close to the ground. Little seamers, not much height on them. Going to take a good strike. Should be out, should be out. Should be out, he's gone, he's gone.
Another brilliant catch. Another at mid-wicket. And brave Simcox goes. That was his plan, the only plan, really, at this stage. It wasn't a bad bang, but as Jeff Boycott says, Arthurton a bit lower in flight. Never really came off the meat of the bat. Ninth wicket goes down, 228.
Yeah, it's a brave effort, but he's not as easy to hit, Keith Arthurton. I've seen him bowl before, and I have the impression that's just a little bit bigger boundary on that side. Did the best he could, Pat Simcox, but it's 228 for 9.
Paul Adams. Well, a tall order for a young batsman like this, but Craig Matthews has the strike. They will look for 2 and say no. The noise is deafening out there. Wonderful temperament Paul Adams has got. But even for his temperament, this is quite a challenge. $229 for 9. Well, there can't be a plot plan out there now. It's simply a question of if it's up, it's got to go. Certainly not, let's get them in singles. .36 required from 24 balls. Many one-day matches, you'd fancy getting that, but maybe not with 9 wickets down. And with Curtly Ambrose to come back to bowl to you. And that's what's happening now. The run rate required, 9 per over. Ambrose so far, 8 overs. 1 wicket. Just 22 runs, and he's been the best, the most accurate of the seam bowlers. Walsh has been a little more expensive, and so has Bishop. So what can South Africa do now? Very sedate single to long off.
Well, I don't care who you are, W.G. Grace or Don Bradman, you'll be hard pushed to whack Curtly Ambrose around. It's been done just occasionally where he's gone for a few, but not too often. And I certainly can't see number 11 doing it.
Just waiting while fine leg drops back right to the boundary. Young Adams nobly playing the forward defensive stroke.
It is so difficult. His length is never quite up to you. It comes down from a big height. It's like getting a tall man serving at you at tennis. The ball kicks up at you.
Good Yorker, dug out, 1 run coming.
You might say, well, how do you know how difficult it is? Well, I faced almost his brother, Joel Garner, 6'8", just the same, from a tall height, and he was just as difficult. I once asked Ian Botham, who played with Garner at Somerset, where do you hit him? He said, you don't. That's how difficult it is.
Good shot. Long off runs round. Terrific fielding. Just the one for that. That's Roland Holder. Very interesting that Ambrose actually is pitching the ball up, and this is where Courtney Walsh got it absolutely wrong for the West Indies. Dropping it short, getting pulled from the wicket and cut away square. Get the ball up, get the men back and defend yourself on the drive. Well, physically, it looks an odd contest. Young Paul Adams against Curtly Ambrose. One for 25. Look at the economy rate, 2.83. A brave little follow through. 233 for 9.
Great bowling, Curtly Ambrose. He's the most important bowler, I feel, for West Indies. He's the one that has to give the lead. Like Lara's the great batsman, he is the great bowler.
$18 more balls left, 32 more runs required by South Africa. The last men are at the crease. The reverse sweep brings profit. Yes, profit from that one, a couple of runs.
It's amazing for one so young, the audaciousness of the young man. It's only his 2nd World Cup match. Oh, reverse sweep. Very good. Maturity beyond his years.
They bowled very well. Well, that was a good hit. But there was a man there, as Mike Gatting found in Calcutta in the final in '87. One big difference. Mike Gatting hit his in the air and was out caught. But he looks to be saying to himself, I can find 30 here, that's all we need, you know, it's no panic. Use the speed of Atherton. A little fine reverse sweep, that's 4. Working it all out, you've got to try.
Well, this is an interesting field change. He's going to put another man over there. He'll give Adams one on the leg side if he wants it, but he's putting another one there. Curtly Ambrose coming over for that reverse paddle sweep. I think all Keith Atherton has to do is pitch it right up.
And then go on, whack it over the top. Nice sweep. 2 men down there. One short is the deeper man who feels it, and they go for the second. No, well in, sprinted.
He's young, he's fit, he's bright, and he beat the throw easily. The throw wasn't straight enough. Been right over the top of the stumps, it might have given him a little bit of a worry. But the youngster's very quick. You see, the wicketkeeper had to reach a long way.
28 more runs from 15 balls. Remember Alan Lamb hitting 18 off and over Bruce Reid in Australia. There's a benchmark, you see. So many things are possible. Nice little cut, but that's why the extra man is there.
giant strides of Curtly Ambrose. Plenty of room out there, but 3 men lying deep on the boundary. So it's just a single. Of course, South Africa being in such good form in this World Cup competition and previously in the one-day internationals against England. Very formidable combination they've been. I doubt if Paul Adams, or Craig Matthews for that matter, has done much batting in their side. 27 from 13. That's a good hit, straight down the ground, but no real distance. .240 for 9. Start of the over, 25 required. That's one less for South Africa to get. 24 to win the match now.
Yes, you tend to think realistically that they've got to get a boundary to. They've got to get about 10 off Curtly Ambrose. That's trips off my tongue a lot easier than it is to get it. And to leave themselves with probably 15 to get off the last over. And this is going to be the hardest bit. He's getting runs off Curtly.
Another great Yorker, beautifully bowled, which illustrates Jeff Boycott's point. But if you're in the batting side in South Africa's dressing room, you're still looking for the little nick fine outside the off stump that goes for 4, or the Chinese cut that goes for 4. Something that goes for 4.
Yeah, I think the only way to try and hit Ambrose, if he's going to bowl Yorkers and he's so good at it, is you might as well take a step or two down the pitch and threaten him, sort of thing, before he delivers, and see if he gets a bit upset and bowls a bad end. So if you stand in your crease and just wait for him to bowl, he'll bowl Yorkers like that, just like somebody playing darts and throwing double top, you know. I mean, you just go bum bum every ball and you'll finish it with hardly a run off the over. And the only way you can upset him or unsettle him is to start now, go down the pitch and see if he then alters his length, which he'll have to do, otherwise you'll hit it on the full toss.
Well, I think that's confused Craig Matthews, if he actually heard that. 24 from 9, becoming less and less possible for South Africa. Superb Yorkers. And the crowd still beat on. It's an amazing crowd. I really enjoyed this. They've embraced South Africa throughout their stay in Pakistan, embraced West Indies today. They may go with the winners. They're in love with Lara. But more than anything, they've loved the cricket. Good shot.
See, he'll bowl these Yorkers all day. Brilliant bowling, sensible bowling, and he's damn good at it. He's the key for West Indies bowlers. He's the one they all look up to and they expect a great performance from him, like everybody in the West Indies expects a great batting performance from Lara. Lara bats well, Ambrose bowls well, they've always got a good chance.
Excellent bowling. 243 for 9.
Yeah, well bowled, Curtly Ambrose. He's passionate today, he's keen, they all are. Excellent stuff.
.22 required from 6 balls. It will be possible to argue at the end of this competition that it was Kenya who did most harm to South Africa.
I was just thinking, Tony, there'll be thousands of West Indian supporters. They'll be having a little toast tonight and say, well done, Kenya. Thank you very much for kicking our team up the backside. Because it's done the trick. Boy, has it. What a performance today. Real team performance. Be a thrill for Richie Richardson. As a leader, he's had to take quite a lot of the blame, quite a lot of the stick. You take the plaudits, you take the stick.
Top edge, but a man there, fine, at third man. We're in the last over. 2:44 for 9, and South African batsmen along the way will now be thinking, well, why did I hit the ball in the air? Some try to get there the easy way and they'll know who they are, but that's where the wheels came off. A much slower ball. Well done, says Curtly Ambrose. He really is buzzing, there's no doubt about that. And this is a young lad who used to play in the street, in Sweets, on the rough road there.
Watch Curtly here. Claps, Courtney Walsh. Yeah, that's been so important today for West Indies, how they've helped each other.
Bowling, it's all over. Brave little try by Paul Adams. Courtney Walsh grabs the stump because they realise that this has been such an important breakthrough in their own morale, their own performance, and for Richie Richardson, how sweet.
Well, the pride has been hurt. They knew if they went back home after that performance against Kenya, they will get crucified by the West Indian public. They've had to pull the socks up, and they've done it. They've had to tell each other some home truths, and it's worked. I'm pleased for Richie Richardson as much as all the team, because whatever problems he's had as a captain and with his team, he's basically a decent guy and a nice man.
Well, there'll be plenty of celebrations all around the world for West Indies, because West Indies are in all parts. And they have great pride in their cricket. And that's why they were so hurt when Kenya upset them. And Richie looks down because alongside him he finds an interviewer who is quite well recognised. 19 runs is the winning margin, and this is a tough time for South Africa because they've played wonderful cricket, sustained at such a high standard in Group B. But Group B has to face the fact that if Australia beat New Zealand today, then no side from Group B goes forward to the semi-final. West Indies won the toss, and a flying start by Chanderpaul and Brown. That was a really good combination, but then the long partnership was between Chanderpaul and Brian Lara. And when you get a century from Brian Lara, then you really go immediately into the pound seats. But I think a drainage of brain power as the West Indies innings continued, and suddenly they got themselves into terrible trouble. Rescued a little bit at the end by Bishop and Adams, but 264 for 8 seemed, well, about 25 runs less than was promised earlier in the innings. Good bowling by Brian McMillan, 2 for 37 of 10. A very important stage in that innings. And Pat Simcox hung in there after a difficult time at first and picked up the wicket of Lara, caught it deep mid-wicket. And the fall of wickets, look at that, 1 for 42, 2 for 214. And then later on, sorry, 180 for 2, 210 for 3, but then you see the tumble, 214 for 4, 227, 230, 230 for 7, 254 for 8. Well, Hudson got off to a lovely start with Cullen. That was a good partnership, Jeffrey.
Yeah, but nobody ever quite dominated the West Indian bowling. I don't think the batting did badly. I thought there was a tremendous improvement in the West Indies fielding, the bowling, the way the camaraderie, the helping of each other. and it was the spinners that really caused the problems. Ambrose bowled brilliantly, he started the pressure, but it was Harper and Adams that cleaned up the South Africans with 7 wickets.
Roger Harper then 4 for 47 off 10, including one terrific caught and bowl. And Jimmy Adams left arm over the wicket, niggling away on leg stump. A very fruitful 10 overs, 3 wickets for 53. It's presentation time. Let's go out there now to Bob Willis.
Welcome to our Wills Award ceremony. Let me first introduce our presentation party. Our chief guest today, Mr. Kamal Asfar, the Governor of the Sindh Province. With him, Mr. Ben Stevens, the Chairman of the Pakistan Tobacco Company. Mr. Arif Abbasi, the Chief Executive of the Pakistan Cricket Board. Mr. Tahir Memon from the Wills Company. Mr. Siraj Bukhari from the Karachi Cricket Association. And Mr. Zia-ul Islam, the Commissioner for Karachi. Wills, the sponsors of the 1996 World Cup, are giving prize money to the losing quarter-finalists of £5,000 sterling. I'd like to ask Mr. Hansi Cronje of South Africa to come forward. Hansi, you and your side have been a tremendous credit to this competition. I know that won't be any consolation to you now. You came across a bit of a whirlwind today.
Yes, I thought the West Indian side played very professionally and they played very, very well. And good luck to Richie Richardson and his men in the next round against Australia or whoever, New Zealand. Just like to say that I'm very proud of every single one of the South African players. Thought they fought very well. As you say, we were up against a very strong side and I'm very proud of every single one of them.
Thanks a lot, Hansi. Have a safe trip home. As I say, you've been a real credit to this competition. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Wills Man of the Match award for the quarter-finals is £2,000 sterling. And for his breathtaking 111, the Wills Man of the Match today is Brian Lara. Brian, a breathtaking knock today. You must have enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, I think it worked out quite well. The openers put on a bit of a stand and gave me enough time to settle in. And batting with Chandrapur made it quite easy. And we went on and had a good total.
Yeah, you had a good total to defend after a bit of a wobble in the middle order. And it was a great team performance in the field.
Yeah, I think so. I think our 2 opening bowlers set them back a bit, and the guys realised that as long as we get them over 6 runs and over, they have a fight in their hands, and as long as we take our chances, it's going to be very tough for them.
Many congratulations, Brian, and good luck in the semi-finals.
Thank you very much.
And we'll just have a final word from the winning captain today, Richie Richardson.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Well played.
Richie, many congratulations. You saw the depths of despair at Pune. Tremendous performance against Australia at Jaipur. The team seems to have come together very well.
Yeah, I think it's... I would just first of all like to congratulate the guys for having played so well in the last two matches, despite all that's been said and all that has happened. Shows great character to be able to bounce back and play so well and beat probably 2 of the best teams in the world.
It was a marvellous contribution from Brian Lara and Shivnarine Chanderpaul to post that big total for you. But the guys did a magnificent job in the field.
Yeah, I thought both Brian and Shiv played well. They set the foundation for us. I think that we should have really probably gotten a bit more, but as I told the guys that was enough for us. If we play well, if we play to our ability, we definitely would win the match. And the guys went out there, bowled pretty well, and we fielded exceptionally well as well.
Any words of consolation for Hansi and his boys?
Well, all I can say is tough luck, I mean, we all know at this stage, it's do or die, and somebody got to go, and and we are in it, and it's unfortunate they have to go, but that's how it is.
Well done today, and good luck in the semi-final.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes our Wills Award ceremony.
Well, it certainly does, and